About a bit because we only had 3 PCs. And I'm trying to think. I changed the way they entered the town ever so slightly, and the bartender kept the name, changed the race, and made the issues that were happening throughout the night that you guys would see a little bit more apparent and pointing toward the chef being up to something. So I was basically like a few narrative adjustments for the most part, and then I tweaked a few of the mechanics of the games, but nothing too crazy.
Were they Kirk Cluckins, or did they go with like a whole new story?
Will and his fiance used the characters from the Christmas one shot, the Krampus one shot I did. And then, per Will's request, Katrina played a bard. And she was like a punk rock half elf.
Oh. She must be very comfortable playing with Will and his fiance to be willing to go bard.
She did a pretty good job with it. She leaned into the stand-up comedy side. But
There
it
you
was
go.
the punk rock half elf comedian, and then a dwarven gunslinger and a centaur ranger. It was it was a pretty solid party comp. The dwarf and the centaur have history from the Christmas one shot, and he managed to stealthily feel her up while using her as a mount when she got turned into a reindeer. So we dredged up some of the other story in the midst of all that, and had a good time with it.
Perfect. I saw an interesting arc from DM Dave about the time Christmas came out. It's a Santa story, but instead the whole party is a bunch of murder hobos, and when they get nothing for Christmas, they decide to go take it out on Santa and his elves, but they're ready for him.
That sounds amazing.
I'm like, damn it, I just quit my Patreon account with them, and now that sounds like fun. Like, if you kill Santa, do you win or do you lose?
I mean, what use is Santa if you're not getting presents?
I imagine Santa's more like a God, what is it? A revenant. You kill him, but he comes back within like 365 days.
I could see that. It would make a lot of sense, given that he's been around for so long and has so many different reincarnations.
You guys are giving me dark thoughts of like, maybe Santa only ages, until death, and then he comes back every time he dies as a revenant, but he's like 20 again. So like after a couple hundred years, he just like fucking full on suicide bombs the fucking sleigh into some terrorists or some shit.
I mean, it doesn't sound entirely far-fetched based on the Violent Night movie that just came out with David Harbour.
Well, I mean, technically, Saint Nicholas was basically a necromancer. Because one of the things he did for sainthood was supposedly bring back children back to life who had been slaughtered and butchered.
Well,
So
there you
Santa's got some
go.
magic
Merry
powers.
Christmas. Fucking Pet Cemetery style.
Yeah, I'm going to be kind of hampered tonight. My internet Wi-Fi decided to go down, so all I have is my phone to do everything I usually have a laptop open for. So now when I want to cast the spell to know for a fact what it does, I'm going to have to Google it on my phone and hope I can find it in a short amount of time.
You can Google it too if you want.
I was gonna say, just call one of us out, and we'll drop it in the private party chat for you, so we don't clog the feed.
Well, I mean, usually I have like what my Hexblade can do with his Hexblade Warrior, what Hex does, what Eldritch Blast, so I have the right die count and everything else.
I like it though. It's got a nice cut. The material looks good.
Did Ed Gain just pop on? That's
Well, that's my bad. I didn't realize it wasn't muted.
all of a
Katrina got
sudden
a
I
dress
just
in
heard,
that she's planning on wearing to my parents' 25th wedding anniversary when we go out to Ireland in February.
No, that ought to be fun.
Oh yeah, first time out of the country, and Ireland's been on my bucket list, like top of my bucket list for I don't know, like 25 years.
Just kind of stinks it's in February. I mean, it'll be beautiful, but just to see that green like in full bloom.
Yeah, that's fair. But I don't know. I'm pretty pumped about it. We have tours set up at Jameson and Guinness, and then a Guinness class, and like a certification for the proper Guinness pour setup. So between that and all the other like stops and touristy things, it's going to be a pretty awesome trip.
Yeah, my dad loved it when he went, so I would just love to see like the ancient Celtic Druid ruins and all that fun stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to get a lot of D&D inspiration from the different ruins and sites and castles. We're actually spending a night in a castle while we're out there, so that's going to be
Nice.
pretty sick.
I'm very jealous.
Me too. Also on my bucket list, Me and the old lady, we got big plans, but getting her business off the ground is kind of taking most of our time and energy for now. But hopefully next summer will be a grand time to travel.
I don't know if you guys have heard of this, but there's this one program event type thing called D&D in a Castle, where it's basically like a summer, not like a summer camp, kind of like a mini cruise for nerds, where you like spend like I think it's like 3 to 5 nights or something in a castle in Europe, and it's just like D&D events every single night. So there's like one shots or like mini arcs, and you're just playing Dungeons and Dragons in a castle, like an actual legit castle in Europe.
Well, I think if you're playing Dungeons and Dragons in a castle, it has to be in the dungeon portion of the castle. It's like law.
And also, everybody needs to be in full character.
Yeah, I've
Like,
looked at it and I really
costumes and
want
all.
to do it, but it's pretty expensive.
Oh, I would assume it's got to be
Yeah.
insane.
That
We'd be
sounds
better
awesome,
off.
though. I'd totally do it.
We'd be
Sounds
better off
awesome.
like bringing a bunch of decorations in a checked bag and meeting for that cabin situation we talked about, and then just decorating the cabin.
You know how pissed my old lady would be if I drug her all the way to Europe and then tried to talk her into playing Dungeons and Dragons with me, dude? She would be so fucking mad, dude. I think that would end it right there, really.
Yeah, same for me.
Oh, that's too funny. Anyway, now that we're all here, hello everybody. Holler at me if my mic gets crazy. It seems to get a little wonky every once in a while. Let's start with this recap. So, last session, upon parting ways with Valinor at a small church of Pelor within Dipper's Point trading post, the party and Scruff found themselves in need of passage down the river to the town of Wormhearth. The party then split, Logos and Locris, wearing illusion magics to alter their appearance, infiltrated an incoming crowd of refugees on their way to a local bar, the Dead Cow, in search of a bit of info. While the remainder of the party headed upstairs from the church cellar to converse with Steltic, the blue dragonborn priest of Pelor, whom runs the church. Scruff disappeared in between this point, and nobody seemed to know exactly where he ran off to. After a bit of information gathering, the party learned much, including of the total destruction of Hammerton Village at the hands of Marineth. The party then ferried the river and moved forward with their plans. They soon procured a stealthy passage downriver, set to be picked up slightly out of town after nightfall. The party then went about their business, finding a peculiar gnome named Balin at the vast and bustling marketplace. Balin and his tent of curiosities upon a flying carpet was quite successful in finding the party some items and liberating them of some coin. Shortly thereafter, the party ventured to a nearby stable and sold off their mounts as well. Business concluded, the party ventured out of town to a nearby beach along the river and awaited their transport, which, shortly after the moon rose, the party's riverboat ride arrives and then proceeds to deliver them downriver for several hours, dropping them off at a sandy bank roughly a mile outside of Wormhearth. The party, setting up camp to finish out the night, are startled awake in the early morning hours by a scream. Rushing towards the sound, the party came to a meadow in the forest, only to find a familiar scene. A bounty hunter / slaver troop had stumbled across several travelers and decided to capture them. A battle ensued, and though hard fought, the party was victorious, as they surround a pair of prone, barely conscious slavers amongst a field of their slain allies. This is where we are now. So you guys have just concluded combat, and you are just kind of circling up on a pair of prone enemies that are just now seeming to shake off the remnants of a sleep spell, unawares as to their current situation.
Renwick's gonna walk over and pick up the light crossbow that he had borrowed from Locris, that he dropped during the combat, and then just train it on the two remaining bounty hunters.
And, as they're kind of groggy and coming to, they look about and see, like, the lot of you guys kind of just standing over them. And they hesitate. They're just kind of laying on the ground, hands open, eyes open, somewhat confused.
Well, let's get some manacles on them. I got questions, but want to find out what's in that. After a search, what's in this letter that Logus found?
Oh, you crack open the seal in the letter, and it seems to be from Warlord Marineth herself. It looks like she is controlling a good majority of the country in the name of the Queen, and she has seems to have risen from a local like small city political figurehead to quickly to ruling several cities underneath her. And aside from that, there is a warning that goes out. You notice that aside from the Holy Fangs and the Traveling Bard warrants that are out, they have like wanted posters and things. They say that there is a big spiel from Marineth about how they are unsure as to the relevance of possibly another band working with the prior wanted rebels, and as well as possibly even the Blade Silverstring and Company. And it's pretty vague on information. Doesn't sound like they have a lot, but they do have a name and a symbol to go with, and it is in fact the symbol of your guys' order, and the sands, the Order of the Sands of Justice. She's kind of putting her feelers out, it looks like, through the network, asking for people to pick up some info on you guys, as she doesn't know who the knights are, who the order's members are, but she knows that a member of the Holy Fangs, as well as Blade Silverstring and Company, and some members of this order were all in that recently raided cove that yielded much information. Apparently, despite Valinor's attempts to destroy it, she has learned of your guys' order. However, she has not connected the dots, knowing that it is actually Blade Silverstring and Co. But she's definitely kind of trying to feel out for information, and she kind of vocalizes that at least to the leader of the groups of slavers.
Alright, so I'm guessing Locust relays that information to us, or possibly just reads it out loud. Glader's gonna take his sword, and after we get what was it, 2 or 3 survivors? Was it just 2?
2. Yep, one halfling, one human, and they're both kind of essentially they've surrendered. They're not making any moves. They're kind of confused as how they got on the ground, but they're laying on their backs with their hands open, and kind of in front of their faces, but they're not like moving or making any action towards you guys.
Glader's gonna take his sword out and rest it, just kind of drop it onto the halfling's shoulder, so like the sharp end of the blade is like facing maybe like an inch away from his neck, and just look down at him with like a snarl. All right, now you're gonna tell us everything we need to know. Now we have some questions for you, and I need you to be forthright. So, who has a question first? Lokers, do you have anything in mind that we should ask?
Well, we should start with, were you guys coming or going from Wormhearth?
Go ahead and roll me an intimidation check there, Gladiator, with advantage, since you're kind of having Locris help you out.
Well, advantage helped, but not a lot. It's an 11.
The halfling kind of looks up at you, kind of scared, looking around, as you kind of intimidating, and he kind of shoots back to you. Look, I'm dead either way, and to be honest, a sword's a little more friendly than what I have to face. So, if you're gonna do it, do it. But you ain't getting a peep out of me.
Can I see?
Renwick lets a bolt loose aimed at the guy's legs when he says that.
Are you trying to hit him?
Oh yeah.
Okay, give me an attack roll for sure. With advantage, he's prone. It's not hard.
While he's doing that, can I just do a quick look to see what's are they wearing the normal badges? The two?
The two of them have silver badges, yes.
Okay. Gotcha. All right.
That's a 27 to hit.
That'll hit. Go ahead and roll out some damage.
11 damage.
Nice. You it just straight through the leg, pinning through a good portion of flesh into the ground beneath. You definitely stake him to the ground with a bolt, and he wails out in pain.
Renwick will walk over and take a piece of cloth out of his bag and basically gag the guy to shut him up, and then pull the bolt out and just look over at Locris and kind of shrug.
And Glader's then going to take the sword off of his neck and shoulder and put it on the human next to him. Now, see, your friend wasn't very helpful, and you see what happened to him. Maybe you'd like to be just a little bit more helpful to our questions here.
Go ahead and give me an intimidation check, and once again with advantage because of your party's help.
Hopefully this roll's better. Oh, shit. Alright, that's better. That's a 15.
Look, I don't. Yeah, okay, calm down. We don't need to shoot anybody else today. What do you need to know? Let's say I tell you everything you need to know, and you just let me get the hell out of here, huh? And this nobody saw nothing, right?
Well, I believe my friend's first question was, were you entering on your way to Wormhearth, or were you leaving?
Keep in mind that you don't really stand to be of use to us if you don't answer our questions. So we'll gauge whether or not you walk away from this based on how good that information is.
So, we learned of, a migration of some unsettled people, and we figured we'd take advantage of it. The plan was to grab some of these roadside refugees and then head to Wormhearth so we could offload the cargo.
Interesting. So, who do you... Now, I'm a little curious about your scheduling and logistics. So, do people, your higher-ups, your bosses, do they know that you were heading to Wormhearth, or are you just kind of free reign, you just show up where you want, drop off your cargo, and then move on?
It's a vast network. I don't really know who knows what, when, and where, but I assume, judging by how we're kind of spread out, this is kind of our territory, and we claim most of the slaves in the area, so I imagine the territories are cut up likewise amongst other groups, depending on population or so, but Wormhearth is not really that big, so there's only one batch of us, and we kind of roam the surrounding area, taking when and where we can.
Interesting. Anyone else have any questions for our new friend here?
Well, this is his territory, then he's probably got a pretty good insight on what Wormhearth is looking like right now. And Renwick will reload that first bolt back in the crossbow and level it.
Whoa. That can't be sanitary, man. Calm down. What do you need to know?
What's the presence of the Silver Soldiers looking like? What's the deal with these Green Dragonborn? We're told that they're arcane in nature. Basically anything you got on what we're walking into here.
So I know that the university there has kind of been having a rough time, and well, the headmaster doesn't really always see eye to eye with the commander of the Silver Queen's forces there, and they're kind of standoffish a little, but for the most part, the headmaster runs the show, and they're it's not a very large force of silver soldiers keeping the area. I mean, they're 50, maybe 100 strong at most. It's not a very big town. It's not a very big city. Most of the resources are the universities, and they're seen by the Silver Queen more as allies than servants. And so they're, the headmaster's kind of got his own deal going on, but they're friendly enough, I suppose. Their marketplace is unique to their school and unique to their current students and whatnot. You can always find a plethora of magical potions and scrolls in and around their college like bazaar. It's pretty impressive, really. But aside from that, there's not too much drama or anything. I know the university seems to be struggling to maintain its superiority over the reigning Silver Queen's troops. He's had to put him in line several times and stop him from being outright assholes to the people. So it is what it is there, I guess. But who am I to say?
So you're telling me the people of this town don't seem to take shit from the soldiers around here, that their presence is a little less pronounced in this area?
I would say the people of this town absolutely take shit from the Silver Soldiers, but the arcane university and its grounds and its members and its students absolutely do not. So.
Can we insight check to see if he seems on the up and up?
Sure, go ahead.
Same.
I'll get in on that.
I rolled a 3 though,
For
so
sure, go ahead.
I buy it.
Group insight if you want.
11.
$25 total.
Damn. Logos, you kind of get that you feel that he is truly trying to bargain for his life. Like he's sincerely giving you a good bit of information in hopes that you will not kill him on the spot.
Well, it seems like Shirley doesn't want to die. Seems like the information we hear does seems, for the most part, as I can tell, pretty true.
Well, do you have anything interesting you might want to share with us?
He kind of looks around for with his hands up at the small crew of adventurers around him. He's like, no, I don't think so.
Right. Well, if that's all the information we can get from you two, Locust, what do you say?
Well, I just want a few clarifications, if you don't mind. And Locust is going to stand up and walk over to in front of him. So you find people are trying to escape to live their life, and your brilliant idea is to capture them and sell them into slavery. correct?
I mean, it wasn't my idea, but yeah, I do get paid to do that. Yeah.
So you've ruined the lives of how many innocent people would you say by following orders?
Well, ruined, or I mean, not all slaves' lives are bad. Some of them land in cushy home jobs. They get good meal in their guts every day and a home over their head. Some of the slaves,
They had a
some of the
home.
masters are good
They
to
had
them.
a home. They had a home. They had food, and above all, they had freedom.
Okay, probably.
So as he says this, so you know that whole like move. I don't know if you how much samurai like if you've ever seen like a samurai movie or anything like that, but like after like a samurai kills someone and they kind of like whip around and fling their sword backwards to like shake off the blood. Um, Glader's gonna do that, but instead of like shaking it off, like when he flings it down, it just kind of like flash like a brilliant like electric like sparks like gold off of it, and I'm casting channel divinity, sacred weapon, and so my Kopesh is now just like glowing and like sparkling with like a golden radiant energy, and yeah, I'm just gonna execution style take out the human.
Okay, yeah. I'm not gonna make you roll this one out. You're high enough level that if he's prone. If you go execution style, you can just fucking get the deed done in one fell swoop.
Yeah, so he just kind of just crackling, sparkling energy just kind of grabs his sword with two hands and just full swing down, goes straight through the neck. Um, and just kind of deep breaths as he just like kind of holds it there for a second and then just takes a few steps away, kind of like his back towards the group.
The body kind of like gurgles and spits of blood in a few directions. It's a few major arteries have definitely been cleaved and falls into like a bloody gory lump.
Little Chris is just going to call after him. Hey, you forgot one.
Yeah, why don't you handle that one? I've had enough killing for today.
Renwick just yells out dibs and pulls the trigger on the crossbow.
Okay, I'm not gonna make you roll this one out. You can fucking get up all mafioso execution style and take him out. So you guys have a freshly slain batch of enemies here, and you notice a few refugees that had ducked into the bushes and things. Post-fight kind of breakout, and thank you. They approach you and thank you for saving their lives and keeping them free. And none of them really have much to offer, just kind of the clothes on their back, so you don't get more than some thanks and whatnot. But about a dozen individuals do kind of regroup after you guys put these people down and start trying to make their way through the forest towards Wormhearth.
I'm gonna look over at Blade and be like, before these people leave, in I guess a show of thanks for freeing them, why don't you see if you can't convince them to help us hide everything, and that way we're not leaving tracks. Maybe they can help us pile everything into the cart. We can push it down into the river or something. More hands make less work.
And with Renwick saying that, Blade will kind of, as everyone seems to kind of, I'm assuming, starting to kind of walk off at this point, just be like, "Excuse me, everyone. Maybe as a show of thanks, we can employ your help for just a quick moment, if you would."
Well, they all kind of stop, you know, and one of the healthier of them, like, "Oh there," and kind of calls out to his family and that was walking ahead and waves them back. And you have about a dozen people's rapt attention.
Well, you see, we weren't exactly intending to meet up with these guys, and I mean, thankfully, we did find you. But maybe you could help us. So we don't really want to draw attention to ourselves. You see, I don't know if you recognize my face, but I'm a wanted man, and not the way that I want either. So maybe if maybe one of you guys or all of you guys can help us, maybe kind of get these guys. And Blade's kind of pointing at the the 16 bodies on the ground. So maybe you can help us maybe hide or conceal and get rid of some of these guys, get them in the water.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check with advantage.
31.
Yeah, they jump
Excuse
to
me?
immediately. They're like, "Oh man, absolutely fuck these guys. Yeah, for sure. And an off chance we might need to meet you again, we'll help you out for sure. We owe you that at the very least. You know, we don't got anything on us. We don't got any tools or money or anything to donate. But I mean, what do you want us to do with these bodies? I mean, technically the river's flowing into Wormhearth from here, so if you dump the bodies in the river, you're sending them straight through town."
Oh, that won't do now, would it?
Well, if you've got a better idea, we don't want to send it floating toward the town, but we've got to do something to hide this mess, and we certainly can't light it on fire. We're too close to town. The smoke will draw attention.
Blade's looking around. He's like, "How many of you are good at digging?"
At least half of this dozen are dwarves, so very, very good.
Yeah,
Perhaps
I mean,
maybe.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, perhaps maybe we could use some of these extra swords that we have, maybe to tools to kind of dig up the ground, maybe bury some of these guys.
It doesn't have to
One
be a
of the
deep grave,
dwarves
just
kind of
enough to
steps
cover him up.
forward and he says, all right, I'll tell you what. Here's what we'll do. We'll set up a camp, kind of like a makeshift camp that we had before these assholes came and found us. And we'll send a few into Wormhearth to get some supplies and things, and we'll kind of home base here and make our plan from there. Because we don't have any money anyways. We can't really buy a room at Wormhearth. But if a few of us went into town for some supplies, maybe you were generous enough to do us another favor and put some gold in our coffers, we could buy some supplies that we'd need to set up camp. You know, some tents, some tools, maybe a few shovels, if you get my meaning. And we'll do you a solid. But I mean, you're looking at a pretty good day's worth of labor at the very least, and that's if we have the tools.
And there's 12 of them, correct?
Yeah, there's 12 total. It looks to be like a family of both dwarves and red dragonborn that have kind of just banded together and adventured forward, kind of safety in numbers. But it is essentially two large families of one of dwarves, one of dragonborn.
Can I roll an insight check to see if he's just trying to get gold and then he's going to bail on us, or if he's actually serious about coming back here and cleaning this up?
Yeah, go ahead.
9.
Can Blade do that too? Actually, I guess he probably would be wondering the same.
Yeah,
I just
sure.
read a 21.
that it will kind of be like, dwarves are kind of known for being greedy, Renwick, so you kind of assume, he might be trying to get one on the sly. But, Logos, with your 21, what'd you roll out, Blade? Did you beat a 21?
Oh gosh, I didn't even roll it out. I figured I wouldn't get higher than that. I'm sorry. What check was it?
Insight.
Oh, geez, sorry. It was like 10.
Okay, just checking here. So Logos, you definitely you size him up, and you don't get a sense that he's like trying to pull a fast one or be mischievous, but you do get a sense that he is kind of desperate and senses an opportunity. So that's kind of the vibes you're getting from this guy. It's not so much that he's trying to pull a shady one on you. It's that his home's recently been destroyed and he's been homeless and wandering for days, and he sees an opportunity to maybe come up on some coin and put a little shelter and food over his family's head and in their bellies.
Just how much
Trust
gold
me.
do you think you'll need to fund this task so that we can make sure that nobody comes across all of this? And he just kind of gestures toward the bodies.
I mean, what's it worth to you? Could do the job for 50.
I mean, that 50 is going to be split between all of you, correct? Not just.
Well, we're gonna go buy some tents, some tools, and some food, and then we'll handle this problem, and then we'll see about maybe finding a bit of work coming up from there. But as far as it goes right now, it's the clothes on our back and what we got in our pockets.
All right, I just want to make sure all 12 of you are taken care of and not just yourself here.
Oh, we're allies to the end, and the Red Dragonborn clan, kind of, the older male definitely salutes you guys, as he's kind of tending to his family.
Renwick will pull the basket of high quality rations out of the bag of holding that we picked up off the caravan, give it to the dwarf, and say, we'll make it 40 gold. We'll feed you, give you a bit of rations for everybody to get you by. And you just make sure that nobody ever comes across this. And if anybody asks, you never saw a thing.
He looks at everything and says, all right, deal. Sounds good.
All right, so that's 40 gold.
So he passes out the rations to the group, and a couple of dwarves, as well as a couple of the Red Dragonborn. They decide that they're going to head into Wormhearth, and the remainder of the refugees just kind of begin setting up a campsite. They get a circle of stones together and a fire going, and doing what they can to without any real supplies, waiting for their men to return.
All right, so that's only 8 gold a person if you want to split that evenly as a group. Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah.
Good with me.
We'll just take it out of the gold that we took off the caravan. But yeah, just everybody take 8 gold from yourselves. And yeah, we got a cleanup crew. Hey, we didn't catch this dwarf's name, by the way. Renwick will walk over when he hands him the gold and the rations and go for the forearm handshake and introduce himself. Just say I'd prefer not to give you a name, but if you don't mind, I'd like to have yours.
Friends call me Max. As far as I'm concerned, you're a friend. And he gives you like the predator handshake. Okay, so
Well, they got
the the remainder of the peoples kind of go about setting up camp. A few of them try setting snares, maybe trying to catch like rabbits and things and whatnot. Most of them just kind of eat their rations and hang out. And then this squad kind of goes off towards Wormhearth. What is the party doing at this point?
since they have some people going into Wormhurst, it'd be a good time for some of us to slip in with them. Maybe going in as part of a refugee group might make it a little bit easier to go past the Silver Soldiers.
It's not a bad idea. And since it's a port town on the river, and the river is probably our best form of travel, I think Blade and I here can probably go procure us a vessel should we need to make a hasty escape.
All right. Well, I'm going to head into town to take a look. Who's going with who?
I'll head with
Since I have disguising capabilities, I think it would be best if I go with you as well.
Say that one more time. That was a little fast and low. I didn't quite hear that.
Well, I was just saying that since I can disguise, I was going to go with Lakers as well.
Okay, so just the two of you are scouting ahead into Wormhearth? Or is the entire party kind of venturing and you guys are just going ahead of the party?
Will, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Renwick and Blade want to basically ride the coastline of the river and go down like straight to the docks and just try to very kind of aloof make our way up toward like a small fishing vessel that's large enough for like 5 people.
and Glader would go with Logus and Lokers.
Okay, so as you guys travel into, you guys realize that as you're moving forward, you're not really going on like a road. It's basically just natural terrain. Heading, you're kind of, using the river to gauge which direction you're going, but it's not. There's not actual any roads or anything. You're using like game trails and things to kind of navigate, but after a short time, you do hear not only the rumble of the water, but the goings on of a city and whatnot. And let me go ahead and drop a map into the feed for you.
So just for clarity, as he got closer, Glader would use the girdle scales to change to a green scale dragonborn, and then also I have a traveler's cloak, so I would just, put that close over over my chest and close it so it kind of covers up any sort of like armor or weapons, and then I want to keep the hood up as well to try and just keep a low profile.
Okay. So this map I just dropped into the feed is kind of what you guys gauge. You guys are both essentially in the upper left-hand corner. So the road actually stops as the forest begins. And you guys kind of find your way through the game trails to the road, but it's essentially like a cul-de-sac. Like it's not really, it's just like the very end of this lane, essentially. To one side, as you guys kind of come out of the forest, you see to your right there are a lot of like warehouses, on the other side of which are a bunch of docks. But to the left are 3 giant like manors. These are like white and gold colored houses that are made of wood with giant A-frame tops with huge like shingles and things that are also kind of like shimmering in the light. And these buildings are massive. These buildings are like 10 stories tall, and there's 3 of them each. And then, there's more goings on around the town, but this is kind of what you gauge about the area, just kind of at quick glance. So, Renwick and Blade, you would not be that far from the party. You guys kind of following the coast up. The rest of the party is essentially on the other side of the warehouse, whereas you guys are kind of on the docks. You do notice, however, go ahead and I want everybody to give me perception checks, and I'll piece out what info goes where.
Dirty 20 for Locris.
$13 perception for Glader. That's on a high end for Glader. Jeez.
Well, for Blade. 12 for Renwick.
16.
Okay, so Blade and Renwick, you guys are down on the kind of the coast. You're looking at the docks and things, and as far as you could tell, this area doesn't quite have the traffic that Dipper's Point did. Seems that a lot of boats don't even stop. They just kind of pass through. And the ones that do there's not a single one that's not either filled with or guarded by silver soldiers. It doesn't look like there's any free captains here in this neck of the woods. Locris, you kind of hear, above the standard hustle and bustle of the city, you kind of hear an argument ensuing over a couple of individuals, and up ahead you see like a small crowd gathering, but you can't really see through it, but you definitely hear a couple people having an argument up ahead.
Should we go take a listen at what that's about?
Yeah, it could be interesting. Let's go check it out.
Yeah, why not? It's just stay subtle, nonchalant.
So as the three of you guys approach, the argument seems to be between a green and a silver dragonborn. The green dragonborn stands on the steps of one of these great, massive, like mansion manor type of houses, and the silver dragonborn, clearly wearing colors of the Silver Queen, looks to be bandaged up a little bit. Looks like he's been recently wounded. He's got his like arm in a sling. And him and this green dragonborn, who happens to be wearing also green sparkly robes and spectacles, keeps having it out with this guy. And you essentially get somewhere along the lines of, you come into the conversation somewhere along the lines of, "And that is not my problem, Commander. What your men do on their free time is not my concern. I protect you and provide you with an amenity, a great amount of amenities here from the university. Your men's folly on their free time is not my problem. I didn't tell them to take up these bounties. In fact, I specifically requested that you not get involved, and that the soldiers remain stationed where they were, and that we use offhand help, third-party adventuring to cure our problem, throw gold at it till it goes away. This is unsanctioned. I refuse. I absolutely refuse." And then the commander speaks up, the one wearing all of the Silver Queen's colors. "Well, look, we're trying to help your university problem, and we're getting our asses handed to it, so doing it. That's not, the Silver Queen's gonna hear about how well kept her soldiers are when even in their free time they're getting their asses handed to them. I'm gonna write a letter and she's gonna find out, And at that point, the Green Dragonborn turns and says, "Oh, really? Oh, fine. You write your letter and I'll write mine. Whose quill do you think moves faster and carries more weight, Commander? Really? I will see to this problem myself, and you and your soldiers get plenty from us in the form of rations from an agreement me and the Silver Queen and a few other generals, Commander, generals, hashed out. You will get nothing more, and if you continue this insolence, the Queen will hear about it. Tread lightly, Commander." And the commander kind of snorts and stomps off, taking half of the crowd with him as they are his supporters and fellow soldiers and things. The Green Dragonborn looks a bit flustered, but goes about to dispersing the crowd that had gathered around him.
Logris is going to, looking human under his cloak and hood, he's going to walk up to the Green Dragonborn, say, well, that seemed a little tense.
Yes, sorry. It happens. Sometimes it can be pushy. I'm sure if you've been in the region long enough, you've encountered a few.
Yeah, I'm actually from out of country, and I don't think I've ever seen as many soldiers just wandering around as I have since I entered this area.
Interesting. What country? He kind of looks at you, gawkingly.
Brightwood. I was actually coming up this way because I had some very interesting things happen to me I was trying to get answers on.
Ah,
I heard that this
Brightwood,
was
the
the
land of
place to
elves.
ask.
Fantastic. Well,
And I heard
we do
this
have
was
an
the place
arcane
to
university.
ask.
Yes, we do. You ask, you may. I tell you what, I've got a few things to attend to, but meet me in the main hall in a bit, and I'll write you up a pass to the grounds for the day to allow you access, and you can determine whether you want to be an applicant to our fine university. But alas, I must go and tend to a matter there. But come to the main hall. I'll write you a day pass and maybe give you a tour.
Can I see if I believe that he was just willy-nilly like that? Insight check.
Yeah, absolutely.
13.
He does kind of seem flustered, but also a little bit eccentric. He's got some monocles on him, and he's wearing some flowing robes. A couple baubles on his belt. It's easy to tell he's kind of a scholar of some kind.
Locris will just kind of nod at him and walk away back up to the group.
He kind of goes about finishing dispersing the group and collecting himself before he heads on.
So I possibly have a way to get into the university, at least for myself for a bit. Now, Logis, I know you don't have a lot of time necessarily. How many hours do you have, Logis, where you can look
Well,
different?
I can do it for up to 6 hours. That will take up every spell slot I have. Well, not spell slot, every energy that I have to do it. But I can do it for up to 6 hours.
All right. Well, I don't know. We can search the town a little bit more, and on the way, and then I need to come back. It's up to you guys if you come with me or if you want to question more of the town and try and get back to the others with whatever information we find.
Well, why don't we head over to this university bazaar that that human was telling us about, and then maybe we might be able to find some stuff. We might also be able to find some information, and possibly head over to one of the inns. I know we heard there's a couple inns in town, so we can maybe head over to one of there. one of those places and see if we get more information, and then try and meet up with Blade and Renwick down the road. But I mean, we're in town, a very magical town. We might as well try and get some benefit out of it, other than information.
That sounds like an idea. I mean, Logus, haven't you been talking about some sort of acorn because you're hungry for an oak tree or something?
Oh yeah, so it would be beneficial if I can look around, maybe get some components that I may need in case we get in a sticky situation.
Oh, Magic Town is the best place to do it. So we'll head over towards the bazaar.
Okay, as you guys head out to the bazaar, Blade and Renwick, what are you guys doing at this point? You rejoin the party, or did you have other plans?
We just wanted to scope out the docks and try to get a feel for it. You said it doesn't appear to have any like free captains or anything, but can we get a feel for what type of boats are in the docks? Like, are there smaller boats? Are all the boats being ran by the soldiers, or are the soldiers just patrolling the docks and managing?
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
So 21.
So as you kind of just kind of survey the scene, taking in what you can, it looks like there's as you kind of watch boats come and go, a lot of boats don't stop. It looks like none of the free captains stop. And you kind of recall it being said that there's some hefty taxes leaned on people for using the Silver Queen's docks. So if they did have a delivery that wasn't to Wormhearth, they probably wouldn't stop. And those that do are immediately met by silver soldiers who are the ones who check in and unload the inventory. And so it's just usually even the free captains will have a pile of silver soldiers on their boat. And it doesn't look, the few free captains you did see land left their boats and did not seem to return. And when the cargo gets unloaded, it looks like the boats are under a heavy guard. There are a couple of guards posted around, just kind of, and the boat sizes are not very canoe-like. These all seem to be decent sized, traveling or shipping barges. You could put several dozen barrels and crates upon these with room for a small crew. You also notice a lot of people that land get loaded up. Apparently, the few people that do stop by are stopping by with intent to purchase goods. And disturbingly enough, a lot of crates and barrels of random goods are what seem to be getting loaded, but also several barges are just full of cages, full of human cargo, humanoid cargo, dragonborns, dwarves, humans, elves, etc. And these barges leave from Wormhearth and travel down the river south.
So as he's kind of looking around and just getting a feel for the vibe of the docks, I imagine he kind of takes it all in, and then when his eyes fall upon the barges with the slaves, he just spits on the ground. And he's like, I can't believe an issue like this has gotten this fucking bad. And it seems like the people have just become complacent with it. It's disheartening. But something tells me we're not going to make it through these docks and find a vessel, at least not without our whole crew. So what say you and I try to reconvene with the group? Maybe we come back later with full force.
Yeah, I agree. There's no way we could take down any of these soldiers alone by ourselves.
Well, if I know our party, anytime we enter a town, they do love a good shopping spree. What say we head to the bazaar and see if we don't run into them?
Blade kind of bows softly and says, "Ladies first."
Renwick will prance slightly for the first few steps as he takes the lead.
All right, so the party conveniently reconvenes at the bazaar, and the bazaar is kind of just several different stalls and tents and things that have been set up, and they are the entire theme of this bazaar seems to be the arcane. There are quite a bit of spell components and spell focuses and things, but also there are things that the students of the university themselves have made in the form of potions and spell scrolls. So it's kind of like a farmer's market, if you will, for not only arcane resources, maybe some handy pouches or outright arcane ingredients or spell components, but also finished products of potions and scrolls and things that available for purchase to help the local university.
Logus would like to look for a fishtail inside a gilded acorn. Keep an eye out, fellas. I need my acorn in case we get into a sticky situation later.
Well, how are we supposed to know if there's a fishtail inside the acorn if it's inside the acorn? Do I just look out for any acorns?
Trust me, when you see the gilded acorn, you will know.
All right.
No, that's a good question, actually. Like, how am I supposed to know there's a fishtail in the gilded acorn?
So the gilded acorn is like, it's gilded. I assume when I think of it, like it was like a half open acorn, right? I don't know.
I assume a
how I
gilded
think
acorn
of
is just like an acorn with the top popped off, dipped in gold, right?
That's what I assumed. Yeah.
Well, hopefully you don't get a shady university student because all college kids are trustworthy.
I'm gonna look around the bazaar and see if I find the acorn.
Yeah. This is a place where you could easily find spell components. The jewel encrusted bowl for the hero's feast. The 300 gold piece worth of a chunk of diamond is out there for like the revivify, and your gilded acorn. Fish in tow, stuffed inside somehow. What is it, like 300 gold pieces?
So,
200 apiece.
Okay,
I'm looking for an acorn with at least 200 gold, preferably one that has a fishtail and is gilded.
yeah. So for the specific spell component, there you do come across a supply of them here in this bazaar. So you can purchase, up to. Let me roll a d6. You can purchase up to 6 of these items if you'd like.
Shoot. Let me look at my gold. I'll just take 2 for now.
Okay. Anybody need to do anything else here at the bazaar while Logos goes off to acquire some ingredients for his spell casting?
Renwick's going to take a look around and see if he can't find any of the magical items he's kind of been on the lookout for. Potentially some sort of magical cloak or boots or rings. Just any sort of trinkets that might pique his interest.
Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Well, I'm sure that'll go great with my +0. Fucking natty 20 though. Holy shit.
So you notice that a lot of there's not actually a whole lot in the form of items, But from what you could pick up through casual conversation, through a few different stalls and things, it's that the bazaar makes money off of the public for the university, but those types of items are likely available, but only to members of the university. Those type of items are not flaunted to the public.
Duly noted. Appreciate the information. And he'll just kind of stroll back and rejoin the group.
Glader would like to talk to, first off, find one of those diamonds worth 300 GP.
Oh yeah, for sure. Easy enough.
And then also look at the potions and scrolls that are available.
So there is quite the plethora of potions and scrolls available. However, most of them are either cantrip or first level spells. There's not much higher than that, but there is a plethora of them. Is there something specific you're looking for?
Not specific. Preferably something I don't have access to. So maybe more attack based because I have a lot of buff kind of stuff. So, but I didn't really have anything in mind.
You can definitely come up on there's a elven student selling some spell scrolls, and the three that catch your eye particularly, a spell scroll of burning hands, a spell scroll of chromatic orb, or a spell scroll of color spray seem rightly available.
So there's chromatic orb, color spray, and burning hands.
Correct. As far as offensive spells at this particular stall.
Take a real quick look at these. I don't know those off the top of my head. If anyone else wants to go while
while you look those up, does anybody else want to check out anything particular here?
I know it's kind of a far shot, but is there any animal handlers in this bazaar? Like specifically one that would sell the type of bird I was looking for?
Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
I rolled a 6.
You don't really find there aren't any. Mostly the bazaar just sells potions and spell scrolls, but you do come across a potion of animal friendship, but that's as close as you get.
No, I already have that spell. No, other than that, I don't have nothing else.
So how much are the scrolls each, roughly?
So since they're a first level spell, it comes out to $250 per spell scroll.
Okay. So 300 diamond. Can I get... I'm gonna go with chromatic orb. Yeah, can I get the chromatic orb spell scroll? And then I also wanted to see if they just had some general, possibly any utilitarian potions, I don't know, potions of flight or spider walk or resistance or spider climb, spider walk. You know what I'm talking about.
at this particular stall, the only kind of what you're looking for, you see a potion of mage armor, as well as uh, a potion of jump. But that's all that they have as far as utilitarian at this stall.
All right. Kind of don't really need mage armor. Wait, yeah. Actually, I'll take the. How much is the potion of mage armor?
Same price, 250.
250. Fuck it, I'll do that too.
The elven student is all too happy to sell you some of his wares.
Alrighty. So first level chromatic orb, spell scroll, and mage armor potion. Is the mage armor just first level as well?
Correct.
Okay. Alrighty, yeah, that's all I want to do as far as the bazaar goes.
All right.
Oh,
as you
actually,
guys
can
are-
I?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't think about potions. Can I just grab like 2 standard health potions if anybody's selling them?
Oh, for sure. They're 50 gold each.
What say you? 40 gold.
She it is a nice elven lady, and she points clearly to a sign next to you that says no haggling.
Can't blame a guy for trying, and he'll slide her 100 gold and take the 2 potions.
She smiles and bows and kind of goes about to tending to other customers and whatnot. Okay, so as you guys are kind of going about the market and things, you do notice a plethora of looks to be like off-duty silver soldiers kind of going through perusing the wares and things, but a lot of them look to be bandaged up. There is a lot of arms and slings. There's a lot of gauze taped to the side of the head, or even a guy with on crutches. A lot of the silver soldiers in this area look to have been roughed up for one reason or another.
Little Chris is going to kind of walk close to them, not making it seem obvious, and then just kind of tap one on the shoulder and be like, "Man, you look like you've seen better days."
Well, you're gonna look like me if you don't start showing people some respect around here. Kind of stares you up and down.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant no offense. I mean, honestly, with the respect I have for the Silver Soldiers, seeing you look like that, it more breaks my heart than anything.
Yeah. What are you getting on about, kid? What do you want?
I'm just curious as to what happened. I heard I assume Commander fighting with one of the mages in the town square, and I mean, just seems like you guys got a bad deal of whatever's going on.
Yeah, we did. And you know what? That's what we get for trying to do favors for people, you know? Stepping it up, trying to solve some problems with the headmaster, and get our asses handed to us trying to fill these damn contracts. And then when we get a good throttling, trying to do some good deeds around here, the damn headmaster won't even come off with an extra couple of gold pieces or a few healing potions, maybe throw in a spell scroller here. No. He's like strict and on the budget, even though we went above and beyond, just because I wasn't on duty or whatever. That's some bullshit if you ask me, but then again, he did ask us to outsource the problem so we could stay here and guard our towers and things. But still, that's none of his business. He doesn't know what we're guarding. Half the time we're napping up there anyway, fucking right,
I agree. That's total bullshit. I mean, they're mages. They should be able to protect their own damn town and deal with their own problems. They're asking the common soldier to Do what? Petty work?
Exactly. And clean up their messes is really what we were trying to do. But yeah, really didn't turn out how we wanted. Really, it was a rough day. He kind of gestures to one of his arms that's in his sling.
Well, I don't mean to pry. I work as pest control, going town to town, taking care of rats, spiders, everything that the other people like those mages are a little too stuck up to deal with. So I'm just wondering what creature you had to run into that was, violent enough to do that.
You ever heard of or seen an owl bear before?
Oh, my mama used to tell me about owl bears when I would go to bed.
They're a rough piece of work. They're usually solitary creatures. Maybe get unlucky and find a den of them like we did.
Oh man, the whole den. God.
At least one breeding pair. Did not turn out well for us.
Oh, I bet. And if it did that to you, I hate to see what it would do to me. Probably be walking around missing my arms and legs. Just a head trying to scoot along on my tongue.
Well, if you're up for it anyway, pest control man. I talked to old dwarf. Not old dwarf. Dwarf. He's the headmaster. Green Dragonborn. Fucking glasses. He looks out for the university. He's got a couple contracts out right now. One of them is the one we tried to go fulfill but failed to. I don't know. Maybe you'll have better luck. Maybe you can do some recon and bring us some intel, and we'll have a better crack at it later. From what I hear, it's a decent bounty, a decent chunk of coin coming off if you can pull it off. Anyway, I talked to the headmaster. He might be able to help you out. But don't let him lowball you. The guy's totally an asshole. Get paid up front, I would.
Well, I don't have enough for a healing potion for you, and I hand him 3 silver pieces. At least have a drink of ale on me.
Aye, I will. And who says some people don't show good respect around here? And he cheerfully takes your money and goes back to perusing a couple wares.
Well, Chris will walk back to the group. So, apparently there's a couple owl bears, and I don't know, maybe if we take up one of these contracts. Or, wait, so how did the boat searching go?
Well, unfortunately, these docks are basically entirely controlled by the Silver Queen, and any of the free merchants won't stop here because the taxes levied against them are so high. So, if we're going to procure a boat, it's going to be on our way out of town. We're probably going to end up making a scene, so it's best to let that one lie for now. But what'd you guys figure out while we were gone?
Well, there was a fight in the town square between the headmaster and captain of the Silver Soldiers about contracts. They wanted to outsource them, but the Silver Soldiers decided to take them up, and these fellows over there ran into a couple owl bears, and you can see how well they came out of that fight. But I do have an in with the headmaster here in a bit. Maybe if we were to fulfill one of these contracts, because he seemed to have the power over the captain, maybe we could get him to release a boat for us in lieu of payment.
Well, I was going to say that it's probably not our best idea to be taking contracts for things like pest control, but if it procures us a vessel on the way out of here safely, that's a pretty damn good idea.
Yeah, might save him a little bit of gold and get us a way out of here. Not the worst idea we've ever had.
But I do have a meeting with him to talk. So if you want, while I'm doing that, if you guys don't want to stick around and listen to all that, you could maybe check it in and see if you could find a captain willing to sail. And we could just take whichever offers the better one.
That's not a bad idea, and I certainly could use a drink. I'd imagine most of the sailors around here could.
Logus, you look like you had something you wanted to say.
The only thing I would say is that owl bears are nasty creatures. We had a lot back in my homeland. It usually take a lot of us to take it down. I'm pretty sure that if need be, I could probably track one down, but be ready for a fight. And I heard you said owl bears. One was hard to take down, let alone multiple. I would I would try to fight one at a time if possible, because those things can get nasty.
Yeah, he said he thinks there's two, at least a mating pair in a den. So who knows if they have offspring or whatnot.
I'm
Well, it's
sure.
not to say that there aren't other people around here that are money hungry. So, should we plan to go that route, we could always probably hire a mercenary or two to help us with that fight if we know we're walking into a pair of owl bears.
Only
And if there's a
downside to
pair, they
that
might
is
have little ones. They'll be hella agitated. Should we roll up on their nest?
only downside to that is if we start hiring help, and it's going to be kind of hard to keep up the disguise while in battle. So we run the risk of revealing our true selves to other people, and then there's other loose ends.
Well, if they're in a den out in the middle of nowhere, there will be nobody around to pay attention to anything going on. We just make sure we don't leave with a army at our back.
I was mainly like referring to Renwick wanting to hire a mercenary to help us. But that's kind of out of the question.
No,
we
that's a
got
fair
really
point.
lucky on the mercenary, but I don't know. Renwick talking to people.
I can be persuasive when I want.
Oh, I'm sure you can. You know, I'm sure Teddy found that you a very charming fellow.
Well, I didn't hear any objections from you when we went down the fucking rabbit hole. So I might have been fooled, but I certainly wasn't the only one. And Teddy got his up and comings.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, we didn't get to do it to him, but it looks like you had your fun in that last battle. I heard you saying Teddy a handful of times.
Yeah, you know, it's good to work out some demons.
I like that. Let it out when you can. You know, it's not good to bottle up your feelings there, Locris. And he gives him a wink.
All right, so we don't want to run out of energy, finger quotes, for the day. Let's move on to this next stage because we got some friends who get tired pretty quickly compared to others.
Yeah, Lucas, why don't you go ahead and meet your new friend over at the university? Maybe the rest of us can, or if you want someone to go with you, but the remaining party can maybe check out the one of the inns in the town and just maybe see if we can get any information on the least afraid captain to possibly get us out of here, or just any other rumors that might assist us.
All right. Anybody want to go do a little burglaring? Nah, y'all just want to get drunk.
I was actually thinking about maybe just hiding in the room for now so I don't waste more energy than need be.
That's a fair point. Can we look at those wanted posters and see how accurate they are to, like, I guess our appearance? Like, are we going to immediately be recognized, or
Are they
is it
caricatures?
yeah, like how accurate is it? Is it like 100% if somebody sees us, they're gonna be like, "Oh shit, look, it's them," or
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Can I get in on that? Like I'm looking at it open.
that's a 10. Yeah, I mean, we can
Sure.
pull it out of the bag of holding and just pass the wanted posters around.
Yeah, for sure. Anybody who cares to, go ahead and give me a perception check.
That's just a 10 for me.
Roughly how long has it been since we came to the village or town? Like maybe.
Where your battle took place was roughly about a mile away. So it's still early morning. You guys have been out. You got about an hour and a half at most.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Logos. I knew you'd come through eventually, Logos. Nobody beats a 23 or what? No, I assume 23 takes the cake.
I could roll a natty 20 and still lose.
Okay. Is there anything like specific, Logos, that you're going for with this check?
I just wanted to follow what Renwood was talking about and see that if keeping up with the style self is necessary, like is it like a exact like copy of what we look like? Like we'll get noticed right away if we're not disguised, or is it kind of off? Or
So the one person's face that is kind of spot on is Blade. Blade's face is like front and center. The rest of you guys around are just kind of obscured. Well, first of all, Locris is presented as a human, no, a half elf in this picture. But it looks like how Locris had hidden himself before as a half elf. Also, a much more scruffy looking halfling than what Renwick is currently presented as. And in the picture, it looks to be like Gladier is actually a gold dragonborn in the picture. And so there are definitely deviations as you kind of go through it. And yourself included, Logos, the face is not very defined. It's just more the silhouette and your ears. So it kind of just says like given like an elven presence, but not necessarily like your facial details. So it's kind of vague at this point, and you guys have definitely changed enough about yourselves that it would take more than a second look to identify you.
that actually helps a lot. Also, does
With
this
the
area
exception
have
of
a
Blade. Blade's face is dead center and spot on.
does the area have a decent elven population, or is it very sparse?
You notice that most of the population here is actually green dragonborn and elves. Across the river, there is like some small huts and hovels that has a human and half elves and elvish a population here. And the village, aside from the arcane university and the like little bazaar and things, the village is a very like hunter gatherer type of feel to it. So there's the biggest market you can see aside from the bazaar is like the local butcher cutting up all the game and things and whatnot. But for the most part, it's got a decent elven population.
So for the most part, I think that most of us should be good if we don't wear disguise. Other than Gladier, you obviously shouldn't be your true self. And sorry to say this, Blood, but I could tell that was you immediately upon looking at the picture. But Locris, I mean, you're a half elf in this picture, and Renwick, you look a little more shaggy in the picture. So I think the shaving and all that is done pretty good. So I think we're all right. Well, other than Blade, I'll hand the pitch to Renwick. I mean, you can tell that's him right away.
And Renwick will look down and be like, "Oh yeah, that's." And he looks up at Blade. He's, that's unmistakable. And then he looks at himself and he goes, "But I clean up pretty nice." And he kind of strokes his chin and he's like, "I think that took about 5 years off. Look like a new man." And he'll just pop the wanted poster back in the bag of holding, and he'll look over at Blade and be like, "Do you would you like any of the fine clothes or the cloak or anything? Perhaps we could get you some sort of face cover or wrap going on. You could just pretend to be from another place and disguise your face a bit. That, or if I'm not mistaken, our friend here has a disguise kit. Maybe we can give you a mustache or a couple warts, or we could have fun with this.
I also have as my costume a kind of a pest control, so it looks really dirty. Throw that on, dirty up the face, down by the docks. Nobody's going to think twice. Maybe grease up the hair. Just layer you under some muck.
Is the ground we're marking on, like the street, is it paved or is it like ground?
It is just like a dirt road, like well tamped down, no potholes or anything, but it's just dirt, like a dirt road.
Has it rained recently or is it like dry?
It's fairly dry. I mean, it gets muddier down towards the river, but for the most part, it's kind of dry and dusty.
Glader, while they're all talking, is going to take out his water skin and just kind of slyly just dump it onto the ground next to him. And then I want to try and just reach down into the puddle of muddy dirt I just created and grab a handful and just smash it into Blade's face.
I was not sure where this was going. I was like, okay. Yeah, for sure. You can make some mud and give Blade a good old glopping of it on his face.
This is pretty reminiscent of the time that I did this to Gladier.
Just desserts. Except it's not on you, Renwick.
I'll take it.
Blade, kind of caught off guard by this, is just like, what the hell?
Sorry, friend. We just got to make sure you don't get recognized.
Buddy, in all fairness, that face is too damn beautiful to see you right away. We got to do something to dull down that shine of yours.
I guess. And maybe I can dirty up my ropes a little bit. Maybe the pest control route is not the worst.
Well, let's find an alley. No point in trying to hide in the public spacing.
Yeah, you guys can for sure step aside and try to apply some disguise to your fellow party mate for sure.
I'll pull out
Is
my
it best
disguise
to
kit.
do this in an alley instead of just procuring a room real quick? And we have all the privacy in the world.
Yeah, I mean your call, but Chris, if you want to bust out your disguise kit, you can go ahead and give me a roll with. I think you've got proficiency in that or something, don't you? So.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, perfect. Go ahead and give me a roll. We'll say with advantage, thanks to Gladier bitch slapping Blade with some mud.
So can I add my proficiency to say performance?
Yeah, sure. We'll call it performance as you kind of try to disguise him up.
Okay, so then it's 14 plus 8 for 22.
He looks like down on his luck. Kind of not so Blade-like, not so entertainer-esque. Looks like maybe
I
even
put
could
some,
be a refugee.
I put some lights, like dark circles under his eyes, like he hasn't been sleeping. Kind of the look of a 5 o'clock shadow that's spotchy, like he doesn't grow really good facial hair.
Renwick's gonna. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say like a little pock mark here or there, and maybe a little scar that looks like it healed over.
Renwick will take one look at Blade, and then he'll nudge Logus and kind of whisper off to the side and be like, "He always gave me theater kid vibes." Just kind of look over at Locris.
He's a little bit too much of a natural at first.
All right, so yeah, Blade is thoroughly disguised to the party's liking. What is your guys' next move from here?
Does anyone want to go with Lucas to meet the
When I'm
headmaster?
in the room, I'm gonna drop my disguise, so I'm just a regular elf now.
So there is a couple of inns. You can pick up the. There's an inn on the side of the river you guys are on, or you guys could cross the bridge to the more like village side of this town, and get.
I would
another.
suggest the other side because this one's right next to the barracks. I would assume the soldiers would frequent here.
Correct.
Oh.
There is a lot of soldiers here.
That's a fair point. We'll definitely be seeking refuge away from the soldiers if we can. So yeah, we'll make our way across. I will say somebody should probably go with Locris. If he's going to be across the river, it's best he not go alone, just in case.
Seeing as me and him have been going on some adventures together, I guess it's best that I stay with him just to see if I see anything or need to get a read on anybody.
All right. Well, how about we meet at the inn across the river? You guys meet up with us in a couple hours.
No, actually, Glady, I was going to say, why don't we just keep the parties the same since you are a green dragonborn, and it'd probably work out best if we show up with one of their own.
I don't mind going too. Yeah. So Renwick and Blade, you guys scope out the other inn, maybe get us a room for the night, and we'll meet you there in a couple hours.
Well, I'm going to hold up on that room until we know whether or not we're staying in town, but I could certainly stand to have a drink. After all, it is productive. And look over at Blade and be like, and you look like you've seen better days. So let me buy you your first one, bud. You've been a good sport.
Yeah, also Blade, maybe possibly hold off on playing music. You don't want anyone to recognize your, and I'm not being sarcastic here, your incredible talent.
Or just switch over to the bagpipes.
Well, it is tempting, to sing some other mediocre musician play. It's going to be hard to not jump up on stage, but I'm sure I can probably hold myself off.
Yeah, you're just too good for this town. They'll recognize you right away.
Okay,
so I guess-
so the party is gonna split, keep the same split, I guess. So Renwick and Blade, you guys cross the bridge as Logus, Gladier, and Locris kind of make their way towards the main hall of the university. So Renwick and Blade, you guys cross the bridge. A few boats go by, most carrying cargo. A few, unfortunately, are carrying cages full of slaves. And as you cross, make it to the other side, there's a little hustle and bustle going on. It looks like a lot of hunters are taking off for the day. A few fishermen here and there, but you do come up to the inn and tavern, and it is known as the Red Fox. And you, upon entering, it is early morning. There are a few individuals getting some breakfast. It looks like something along the lines of gruel or grits, along with a morning ale. And there's 3-4 people in the bar, but essentially it is abandoned otherwise. A few dedicated patrons. There is a green dragonborn roaming back behind the bar. And he kind of motions over to you. Hey, name's Nert. What can I do for you? Need a bit of wheat, cream of wheat in your guts? How about an ale? Throw some meat on the spigot for you, but that costs extra.
Well, I could use a warm meal. That sounds fantastic. And Nerd, if you don't mind, my friend here's had a pretty rough time. We'll say his luck's just not been in his favor this week. I'll be buying his first round and something nice, if you don't mind. For the two of us. And one for you. for the hospitality.
He kind of, alright. It's a little early for drinking, but I mean, alright. He brings you.
Well, you can't drink all day if it don't start in the morning.
That's true. I gotta, sample my own goods once in a while. And he sets down a couple bowls of like gruel. It looks like some sort of white blobby liquidy substance, and 3 ales, one for Blade, one for you, one for himself. And he says, and to make it nice, and he puts a tiny pink flower on the side of each one.
Now, you, my friend, are a businessman, and I can tell. That right there, that's that little bit of extra you need. And how much is this going to run me?
He smiles at you and, we'll call this the first round 2 silver. And then maybe we'll keep them coming after that. Where are you from, halfling? We don't get a lot of freelance halflings around here. Most of the halflings that come through are them bounty hunter types. You don't match the part. Where are you from?
I'm from a little no-name coastal town. Just grew up on the water, and I don't know. I've just kind of been bouncing along the river. I don't like to be part of the wrong crowd, so I kind of keep to myself a bit. But this guy seemed hard up on his times, and I've kind of taken him under my wing, and he'll kind of nudge Blade a little bit as he slides him the beer, and then pulls 5 silver out and slides it over to Nert.
Damn, awful generous of you. You kind of you got the looks about you of the Alliance Isles types. I figured that's where you was from. It's been a while since I've seen halflings from there that wasn't part of the troop out. Them bounty hunter slaver types. Don't get many freelance halflings. Been some time, man.
Well, what they say about halflings. We're like rabbits. We just multiply. We're fucking everywhere these days. So, at a certain point, they don't need any more of us.
That's what the guy said. That's what the guy said last time he was here about the fucking rabbits and the halflings. He was a good guy, man. He tipped me pretty good, kind of like you. He kind of looked like you. All halflings look alike, He was a Turner. He said Turner was his name, and he was a nice guy. I never.
Turner,
he stayed for like a week. Yeah, he was a nice guy. But it's been a month, maybe 2 back. But
I feel like Renwick was probably taking a sip when you said Turner, and he almost choked a little bit and tried to like hold it down and not make a scene. And he'll kind of like look at him and size him up, and pause for a second. He's like, "Did you say there was a halfling named Turner that passed through here?"
Yeah, he said the same thing about the rabbits and the fucking halflings and shit. It was his joke. Yeah, he was a nice guy. That Turner James, I think. Yeah, he was pretty clever, that guy. I liked him. I hope he figured out whatever his problems was.
How long ago was this?
Ooh, a little more than a month, 6-8 weeks now, a couple months at the most.
And did he say anything while he was here? How long did he stay? Was he sounds like somebody I know, and I'll be damned if I wouldn't love to run into him. And he's just trying to like play it cool and not make a big scene of it, and just. Oh God.
Okay, give me a persuasion check.
Would you accept with advantage if I bought another round as I ask him?
No.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, goddamn! I didn't expect that. That's awesome. A 13 though. Fucking rolled a 7.
Well, I mean, he sees right through you. He sees kind of how you like spit the beer out, and then you went to be casually interested, but were kind of over pushy. And he's like, "Well, I mean, Nert's a simple man, simple pleasures. I mean, I'm sure a coin or two would help jog my memory, you know." And he kind of eyes you up and down, particularly stopping his eyes on your coin purse.
Well, I suppose that can be arranged. And, well, he'll slide him 1 gold coin, and he'll say, we'll start here. And based on just how much you found out about that James Turner, there might be a bit more coming your way.
He slides the gold across the bar into, his hand on the other side. James Turner, halfling from the Alliance Isles, and he stayed about a week here at my very establishment. He puts the coin in his pocket and looks to you expectingly.
He'll slide him 3 gold. I'd be like, so you said he stayed about a week? So naturally, he spent a fair amount of time here. I'm sure you guys got to know each other quite well.
Well, I try to give him a bit of privacy, but I served him a few meals and ales and had a chat with him. He was a nice, friendly type, tipped well. He was doing something at the university. I'm not 100% sure, but it had something to do with like an illness or like a sickness, maybe, from back in his homeland. He couldn't quite crack the case on, I guess. I'm not 100% on what he was doing there, but I know he went about looking about. Hordenshire was the plan. I guess there's some village out in the desert he planned on making a pit stop at. But aside from all that, well, I don't know. Memory's getting a little foggy again. He kind of looks expectingly to you again.
Could I roll an insight check on that illness?
Sure, go
Like,
ahead.
would I have any sort of, if it came from that? Oh fuck! I rolled an 8 though, so nope. God damn it! All right, I'm gonna slide him 10 gold, and just be like, "You sure he didn't say anything else before he left town? It seems like it happened fairly recently, and he made a pretty big impact on you. Definitely a memorable character, if I remember myself."
Yeah, he was. He was. Seemed like a bit of a hard ass, but he was nice enough. Yeah. I know that he stayed for about a week, and what he did in the library and whatnot, I couldn't be sure, but it seemed to me like he was obsessed with finding a cure to some kind of disease or something that was affecting his homeland, something called the graying. I'll type that out for you. Something called the graying. I'm not 100% on any of the details. We didn't really talk about that. It was mostly about like, how his day was going and what he felt like eating or drinking that day, But I do know he did come back from Hatma. Or come back, from the desert, the village Hatma where he set out for. He passed through and had a meal, but he did not stay. He stayed for a week. He was gone for a few days, and on his way back through, he did not stay, but stopped for a meal, and said he was returning home, and he didn't look any better for the wear. He didn't look. He didn't really confirm nor deny whether he figured out what he was looking for or not.
But you said he was heading home.
Yeah, last I saw him, I served him a steak and a beer, chatted him up, and he said he was heading home.
Well, that's good to hear he's heading home. I'm sure they've missed him dearly. And I appreciate it. And he'll just kind of sit back into his seat a little bit and sip on his beer, kind of quietly, like lost in thought. Just like I imagine he like locks in on like a bottle in the background behind Nert, and he's just spaced out.
Okay, and with that, we are going to jump over to the other party. Logus, Locris, and Gladir, you guys kind of walk up on the main hall, and it is a large, massive building. It is like 10 or 12 stories high. It's got it's made of wood, but it's been painted white. It's got like fabulous carvings, and it's got a very A-frame top with some large like black shingles, and it seems to like shimmer different colors as it just kind of like pulses like arcane energy. And as you enter these giant doors, you guys go into this hall, and the main hall is like completely, the floor is tile as far as you could see, and there are a lot of there's a lot of greenery, a lot of plants and things placed in different areas next to a lot of fountains. You notice like some statues and the splashing of water and things. And all around this kind of great hall area, there are several benches placed, keenly next to some of these fountains and potted plants and things. And you see a few students with, books and inks and quills, writing out notes or comparing, pages from one book to another. It is kind of a bustling area. You see students of all kinds, humans, elves, dragonborns of all colors, halflings, gnomes, the like. And as you kind of enter and walk through this space, the headmaster is speaking with another student and kind of waves them off as he sees you. You. Just in time. How are you? He kind of comes up to you, Locris.
Oh, could be better, could be worse.
Right this way, please. Follow me. And he kind of leads you farther down the hall. As you guys kind of get out of this area where all this fountains and benches and different greenery is, you go down this hallway and you guys walk past several different offices, several different looks like personal studies of what you imagine are the staff. A lot of the doors say professor this or professor that. So it's like their own private office or like study area. And as he walks down this hall, he throws the doors open to a couple of double doors at the very end of the hall. And inside is a very like carpeted, lavish, plush flooring and different pieces of furniture, and it is covered wall to wall. There is no windows in this room, but the ceiling is 20 feet high, and all of the walls are covered in bookshelves that are filled with tomes of all shapes and sizes. Aside from that, there's 3 or 4 different desks placed at random intervals throughout the room, with several chairs placed around them. And he walks over to one, pulls out a crystal decanter, pours himself a little bit of a drink, what you can imagine to be whiskey or brandy or something, and sets it down and he gestures to it. Please help yourself. What can I do for you guys today? He sits down at his really nice kind of a chair. It's very plush and red, like velvety, kind of like rocking chair. He kind of sits in it and kind of looks about to be like packing a pipe. Maybe he's going to smoke on this long wooden utensil he's got.
Well, these two are my companions. I'm sure as you're well, traveling through this country is not safe on your own. Never know when you'll be mistaken for a potential forced laborer, if you will. But I come to you because I have an interesting thing that came up, and I'm trying hard to get information on it. You see, one day I just was able to do stuff. And I do a little prestidigitation. of just like little sparks. Now, I'm not a wizard. I don't read from a book. I'm very limited, so I don't believe I'm a sorcerer. And I'll pull out Paler's Compendium of Warlocks. Doing what little research I could on my own, I came across this, and it seems to be what, I don't know, the category of whatever this is I fall into. So I'm just trying to find whatever information I can.
Well, I do not know the specifics to your answer, to the specific answer to your question, but I will give you access to the library grounds. This is certainly an area of life that is worth researching. That is the whole purpose of having the university here, is to both acquire and share knowledge. And I would be happy to allow you to use the grounds to find your answers if we have them here. And he kind of pulls out like a small piece of parchment and signs it with a quill from his desk, and upon handing it to you, it whips into from a piece of paper to like a golden ticket. He says it will dissolve after 24 hours, in which you will need another, but aside from the main hall here, the other buildings are arcanely warded. You would not be able to pass the entrance without some sort of magic ward. And if you like what you see, perhaps come speak to me further. We could get you an application to be a student proper here.
Well, I greatly appreciate it. I'm hoping, find some sort of answer. So, I am curious, do you and the Silver Soldiers argue a lot?
He kind of chuckles and he says, well, sometimes, yes. My goals, first and foremost, are to uphold the standards of the university and my students. I don't really care who is running the realm, as long as my precious establishment and those therein are safe, even if that means dealing with, less than pleasant rulers, governors, dictators, and what have you. But I do what I can to help me and mine survive, even though it is only limited to these walls, here within these walls on this campus. I am the ultimate say.
Well, I must admit that is a nice change. We've stumbled into a couple towns, and just seeing what the average citizen has had to go through, it's tough out there.
Indeed, indeed it is. Do you have any other business you guys would like to address while you're here? And as he takes a sip of his a brandy that he poured himself, he takes off his spectacles and puts on a monocle.
If you don't mind, Sean, knowing that they are all at the university right now, while Renwick's at the bar and he mentioned, or Nert mentioned that James Turner was at the university, Renwick is going to fidget with his ring, almost like spin it on his finger, and he's going to telepathically speak to Locris and be like, I don't have time to explain, but there's somebody I didn't expect to come up in conversation with the bartender. I'm told that he passed through the university. While you're there, can you ask about a halfling named James Turner and just get any information that you can?
So, Little Crystal, stand up. No, that's it. Thank you. And then I turn to take a step and do that little pivot back. Oh, I do remember. The person who told me to come check this place out, He mentioned that he was on his way here a while ago. A halfling by the name of James Turner. You wouldn't happen to know him, would you?
He takes a couple of puffs off of his wooden pipe, and a big old grin comes over his face as he kind of stares at you with a kind of a large eyeball projection, kind of through his like his monocle that he put on. He takes a couple of puffs and says, yes, well, James Turner, delightful halfling he was, quite concerned about an affliction, a disease plaguing his people. He came seeking answers, a remedy, which is quite disturbing considering Helm's Perch is, Hero's Perch, rather, is a likely one of the most capable places of curing ailments within the realm, and it is within his own country, so it is weird that he left his country to seek aid with a disease when likely there is a cathedral within the Hero's Perch in the Alliance Islands that frankly has some of the best-minded clerics in all of the realms, so I don't know why he wouldn't seek help there, but I assure you he did a bit of rummaging about and ultimately returned home disappointed. But he was seeking something, not only a remedy to this disease he referred to as the graying, but he was also looking for an item rare and legendary. Couldn't prove that it ever really existed, but it was called the Allcaster.
That sounds ominous.
It is. It's quite a terrifying artifact that amplifies arcane energy to unknown proportions. It's quite terrifying.
Well, he wouldn't happen to still be in town, would he? So I could thank him for pointing me off in this direction.
No, that was months ago, really. But hey, let me ask you this. He kind of grins as he looks to each of you. My position allows me access to some interesting items. This monocle here being one of them. I have no reason to doubt that you would want to hide your true identities for one reason or another, but it is interesting that you would hide them at all. Why?
Well, you know where tiefling. I let the disguise drop. You know where a tiefling bloodline comes from, correct?
Correct. I'm sure some stigma comes with that.
Yes. Imagine walking down the street and having somebody call you a thief and a liar simply because your great grandma decided to spread her legs for some demon, regardless of if you did it or not. Now, I just want to live my life, do what I need to do, and move on. But people won't do business with you because they assume you're shady. They will spit at you, degrade you for no other reason than what's in your blood, which when I was born, I was not asked what I wanted to look like. So, looking human and just going through town, I'm able to live life, do my business without the harassment that follows my bloodline.
Interesting. I did not know it came with such a high price, but I've met fellow tieflings in the past. A few are even students here. But I don't know. I reserve judgment for deeds done, but I understand. And I understand also why your friend here, he points to Gladier, I know why you hide yourself. You are likely a high-value target to them out there.
Gladier's gonna take a step forward and not aggressively, but just kind of place his hand on the pommel of a sword and then look at the headmaster. Now, since you can see, obviously, tell who exactly or what exactly we are, can we count on your discretion?
Oh, truly, sure. Don't mistake my loose alliance with the Silver Queen for anything other than what it is, survival. I do what I can for me and mine, but to stand against her vast armies would only destroy my school and my students. It is not our place to govern, but rather to learn and teach and hopefully breed better rulers in the future, to be honest. But you have my assurance. Your discretion will be used about our meeting. I wonder, though, what is your reason? And he kind of points to Logos. Why do you hide your face? You're clearly an elf from Nightwood. Why hide here?
Um, well, before I answer, two things. I wanted to get an insight check on him
I
when
wanted
he
to.
said he wasn't going to tell on Gladier. And two, I would have already been fiddling with my ring, messaging to Renwick. Renwick, the jig is up. Gladier and all of us have been recognized. The headmaster saw through our disguises. Probably best you start making your way this way in case things get a little sticky. And then Logos would drop the human thing that he has. Well, it's actually quite simple. We've been on the run for helping out our friend here. We are just allies to him, and him being what he is has kind of roped us all into being looked for and not seen in the best light. So it's more of a precaution than anything.
Okay, go ahead and give me an insight check. He nods. Interesting. It's been some time since any elves from Nightwood have graced our doorstep. We have a coincidental occasion, I suppose. Last time I had a couple of contracts out, I had to specifically request a band from Nightwood. A few elves from your region showed up and helped me with a problem prior, 6-7 months back. Your people are graceful and effective hunters, and I appreciate them much. Do you ever hear of pray tell, once the crew we had hired to dispatch a few baddies locally did so, they did not care to return personally. They sent a courier to pick up their reward. I wonder, do you know a Lagos Nightbreeze? He was quite the character. I had quite hoped to come across him again.
So hearing that name, Logos would probably very noticeably kind of tense up. Did you say Lagos? How long ago was this? I happen to know him very well.
Oh, yes, this was a better part of a year back, several months or so. And how is he? What a wonderful chap. We had the greatest conversation about botany and poisons and spores on a molecular level. He was really quite an intelligent individual. I'd hoped to gain an audience with him when he returned, but he and his party did not come back our way, unfortunately. How fares he?
So at hearing this, Logos's face will kind of drop, and I'm actually not quite sure. It's part of the reason why I'm here. Lagos was my father, and I've been searching for him. He went on a job and never came back, and I was hoping I would hear tales like this and hoping to find him.
Interesting. Well, I'm sorry to have touched on such a sore subject. Well,
Could
you tell us
I can
this
tell you that
contract?
your father was very brave, very powerful, very articulate. He spoke well, held himself well. We had a problem where we had, similar to now, where we had a few contracts out. One kept defying the odds, and eventually we had to do a little research of our own. Apparently, a beast from Nightwood was unsettled there and found a home across the continent here in Wormwood, and, well, did not sit well for the locals. So we, after failing a few attempts at removing it, sent for some heroes from Nightwood, some requests with a bit of gold, and a few parties arrived. Your father was amongst them, and they set out to fill the contract for us. Whether they slew the creature or drove it from the lands, I do not know. The problem ceased to be, and the parties never made their way back this way, but it was quite the favor, really, to the university and the area itself.
So him slaying this or driving this beast away was the last you saw or heard of him?
Correct. Him and his party took the contract. We spoke over a meal, and they set off in the morning after resupplying. And I had really hoped to continue our dialogue about not only molecules but particular poisons and funguses, different types of applications. The plant life in Nightwood is an interesting, diverse landscape.
Could you, and I don't mean to ask a lot of you, but is it possible you can tell me about the beast that you went to face, and if maybe what direction it was in? Maybe I could go and see the battlefield for myself. Maybe there's clues or something there as to what happened. Seeing as that nobody really saw him again after that.
Well, yes, perhaps I could. There's no harm in that. But it was we do believe it was a young red shadow dragon that was unsettled from Nightwood, that found its new home here. As far as where it is and where they slew it, battled it, or drove it from, I do not know. It was part of the process of not being able to properly defend ourselves against it. They themselves tracked the beast to wherever its lair may have been. But in that interest, I see you three are well equipped. Perhaps you are interested in a similar job, a similar contract, interested in making a bit of gold while you're here.
Well, I don't know if I can speak for my friends here, but if my father trusted you, then I don't see any reason as to why I couldn't. I want nothing more than to find my father and make him proud. If you have a beast for us to slay, then I'll be at your service.
We were actually heard about some owlbears that were causing you guys trouble. We thought we might come up with a proposition. It's not the main reason we came here, but it's definitely one of the reasons we came here. We're looking for a little bit of assistance in traveling south down the river. Possibly we could take out this problem for you, maybe in lieu of gold, you just procure us some traveling, transportation down southwards. Safe transportation.
To where exactly? Just the where the river meets the lake, or do you want transport to Scale Shores, perhaps Frostfire?
Frostfire is actually where we're looking for.
As he said.
I can
Not
do
all the way.
this. I think I could do this. But in lieu of gold, you could complete the task for me. To be honest, I have 2 contracts out. So I have already contacted another adventuring party to aid me in this situation, but that still leaves a contract open, so I will allow you to have choice. However, as I have lended my discretion to you, I would now ask that you lend your discretion to me. These topics are rather sensitive. I would rather them not get out about town, if you will.
Well, as you can probably determine, we're all about secrecy, hence the disguises.
Well, I have 2 major issues currently plaguing me, and unfortunately, not the resources to deal with it all at once. So, you'd be doing me a favor by doing this for a boat ride. The Academy has suffered tragedy recently. The student has died, perished. A small collaboration of students had ventured into the woods and set up a laboratory of their very own. And, well, in studying the rare and powerful owl bear, they wanted the breeding rituals specifically. They tampered where they should have not. And essentially, these solitary creatures have been made hyper fertile, and worse more, their young seem to grow at a accelerated rate, reaching maturity in only a few days. Now, this complicates things, as they are normally solitary creatures, except for when brooding and hatchlings and whatnot. They are essentially within a few months, there will be too many of them to contain. We're talking hundreds of owlbears. This entire freakishly off-putting experiment must be culled. We need to go in and eliminate all of the owlbears in this den, as they have been magically tainted and are otherwise threatening the safety of the surrounding area, my college and students included. And we'd rather not get out that it was my students that may or may not have brought doom upon themselves. The second problem, something else is lurking in our woods. The offspring of another dragon has been sighted. Thankfully not the red shadow dragon, but though it has avoided my gaze for some time, I have officially spotted a young green dragon, and it is reaching adulthood, and soon. I fear that it will be more of a problem a year or 2 down the road than it is right now. And us being the green dragonborn, most of the village, a majority of the village anyway, some people actually revere these wild beasts, and I would rather not have a small uprising of villagers on my hand. So, eliminating it would be great. Doing it at discretion and
perhaps not marching a bunch of scales or a head through town to attempt to sell to the university or bazaar would be ideal. So
Well,
your choice.
let us bring these in front of our other compatriots, and we can see what we can do for you.
Absolutely. Tomorrow morning, I have a meeting with another adventuring party. Until they arrive, you have choice on either contract, and I will procure you a ride.
Well, actually, I've actually been communicating with our other party members. If you don't mind, I would actually like to bring them in now that we're all out in the open.
With that being said, an attendant kind of opens the doors and he's like, sorry, sir, I tried to stop him. And, Renwick and Blade kind of barrel through. Excuse me. The headmaster's like, it's fine, close the door, leave us.
Well, Renwick Blade, we gotta think we're relatively safe here, but we kind of got us a little bit of a deal we gotta decide on.
My God! He looks at you, the whole party, and he picks up a piece of parchment off his table, and he kind of holds it up, and he laughs. This is you, isn't it? And he shows you the reward poster.
Yeah. I mean, I guess there's no hiding now. You see through our disguises.
Honestly, it was a mix-up. We've intended absolutely nothing, but it seems like everywhere we go, somebody wants to pick a fight.
That is true. Yeah.
Well, how rude of me. I am the headmaster here at the university. He introduces himself to Blade and Renwick and offers, he gestures to his crystal decanter of liqueur and some many glasses around it. Help yourself, please. Please confer with your party. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know.
So Logus will kind of just go sit down next to the decanter and everything, and just have like a stoic look on his face, and just kind of keep quiet for now, just going through everything that just happened in his head.
Lucas will fill Renwick in on his dad information.
So we have not rested since the fight, right?
This is still early morning. You're creeping around maybe lunchtime at this point. It's like almost noon.
I was
I'd
gonna.
say at best it was a short rest.
No, I was
Yeah, you
gonna
guys
do.
can take a short rest for sure. You're kind of in the comfortable, like loungy, bougie area of this guy's kind of private quarters, private study, if you will.
I was gonna try Zone of Truth, but I'm out of second level spell slots.
Thank God y'all remind me, because I'm walking around here at 12 HP and I fucking forgot.
Please stop bleeding on my rug. That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna roll some hit die on that short rest.
Now, we heard that Meredith and the Silver Queen both trained here. How did two powerful women such as them come to be here and then go to conquer a country?
Well, Silver Queen and Meredith. Meredith, particularly, was just brutal. She excelled in a few classes, but empathy was not her strong point. She liked to twist the arcane to do damage. Inflicting pain upon others was her specialty. And while the Silver Queen, she was then a princess and had a lot of, in front of her, but she had played the game of politics, unfortunately, before she came to the Arcane University. Her direction was very manipulative. Illusion magics, ways to deteriorate the mind, very manipulative, well, the two of them hit it off naturally. A frightening duo, to be sure. They did excel greatly in many aspects of the arcane, though they did not care to finish their studies as tragedy befell the Silver Queen's family, and thus propelled her to rightful heir of the kingdom. And Meredith being her best friend, she took her with her as her right-hand woman, rather.
Well, as we're moving around, trying to stay out of sight and definitely out of their purview before we could get out of this country, you wouldn't have any tips on how to avoid them, or should they come after us, to get around them, do you?
Pray that they never come after you, for I fear that there is nothing on this realm that will stop you from their fury. They are as intelligent as they are cruel, and that is not a fate I wish upon anyone.
Wonderful.
Now, no, I understand you say they're intelligent and cruel, but we don't want to see them ruling this land much longer.
At the
Is there
very
any,
least, him, for obvious reasons.
Obviously.
is there any intel, information, weaknesses, anything that they have that you know of that we can use to potentially aid us in ending this? Because I know you say you don't much care for whatever ruler or monarch is ruling this land and taking control, as long as they leave you alone. But do you really think the Silver Queen is going to leave an entire university of highly talented arcane users alone for much longer? Because let's be honest, they might be powerful, but this whole university versus her, you could take her out. She knows that. So, how long do you think you're safe here under her reign?
He smiles and kind of looks at you. He says, well, you remind me very much of Valinor. He's a good old dragonborn, but I assure you, he trained here for a bit, Valinor himself, yes, but he too tried to prompt me to action, and I assure you, it is no mere feat dancing with the cruelty and intellect of the Silver Queen and Meredith. There is a reason they leave me to my devices, though they would love to, I'm sure, string me up on a rack and wring me dry. Then I would not be able to produce such wonderful items that they can procure at their whimsy. I provide the Silver Queen with a substantial amount of spell scrolls and potions sent directly to her lands to be utilized directly by her forces as they see fit. I am a tool she has grown accustomed to using, and me allowing the university to be used in this way is what has preserved us here. Now, would I prefer a different monarch? Would I prefer to be able to spread knowledge and information without fear of being murdered or received as trying to incite a coup against her, of course. But for now, preservation of not only myself and my staff, but the hundreds of students that are eager and thirst for knowledge are my only priority. I cannot, in good conscience, act against the Queen. Not at least over the table where things can be seen, anyway.
Well, then how about under the table?
Perhaps, if you mean maybe like procuring a ride for potentially rebellious activities into the Silver Queen's lands, you mean?
What if there was more that you can do for us? I mean, I'm not sure what other assistance you could provide that wouldn't give you away, but I can assure you that we have a good plan and a good force to bring her down, and any assistance you might help or might provide could help us further that, and then you would be 100% free under this new reign because I'm not fit to rule. I don't plan on taking over Gordonshire once this is all said and done, but I do plan on ensuring that the next person who takes over is the polar opposite of the Silver Queen. And if they're not, then I'll come back again and take them down again myself. But you will have all the freedom to pursue your academic pursuits with the freedom of not being threatened with death. You won't have to provide these magic scrolls and potions and whatnot unless you deem fit. There will be no threat of violence, no threat of attack. You will be able to do as you see fit. If you feel like providing arcane assistance to the rest of the realm, to the rest of our country, then that will be on you. But if you don't, you're a free nation. But right now, you don't have that freedom. And I'm offering that freedom to you, which is a little bit of assistance.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
God. I feel like this is one of the more important persuasion checks of the fucking campaign right now. Not good. 13.
He takes a moment and digests your words, puffs upon his pipe a bit, and then sets it down and leans forward. He says, "Look, all of this sounds wonderful, but you are not the first to make such claims, and none have been able to yet deliver. So, as much as I would like to aid you, officially or unofficially, I simply am limited in what I can get away with. The Queen's eye sees much. But I can. I am interested in a few aspects of these contracts, aside from keeping the people safe and the university safe, students and all. Both of these contracts offer a bountiful opportunity to harvest rare resources. I can't exactly have you march these things through town, so if you're subtle about it, I could perhaps offer you a more than fair, we'll say, store credit for the university's goods for these items, and you will find that many of our older students and scribes to be quite capable of a multitude of enchantments and things.
Well, I guess beggars can't be choosers. Yeah, yeah, I hate to ask too much, but do you think we could possibly rest here in the university where it's safe for us? I mean, just a quiet corner. We don't need fancy suites or dorm rooms or anything like that. Just just a small corner where we can just rest our heads for a bit, and we're safe.
Unfortunately, the guild halls, the halls of the Arcane University are limited to members only, students and staff, but he, similarly to what he gave Locris, he signs a piece of paper that hands it to you, and as soon as you touch it, it turns into gold. And with this small, each of you gets like your own little golden ticket, if you will. And he says, it will expire within 24 hours, in which case you will be forcibly expelled from the building if you are not out in that amount of time, and you will need to return to me to procure another to get past the arcane barrier guarding our grounds. So you each are welcome to the university, though you might not find more than a few benches and a fountain in our foyer. You're welcome to the grounds for at least the next day. And please at least try to keep up the rules that you're applicants to the school.
Oh, yes, of course. And again, we greatly appreciate all the assistance you're giving us, and will not go unnoticed. And I know you might not 100% believe in us just yet, but we'll change your mind, and I will remember your kindness.
Indeed. So, have you guys made up your mind? What would you like to fill one or the other of these contracts?
I don't know about you fellas, but seeing as my father was here fighting the dragon, I see it's kind of poetic that I took on the dragon as well.
Renwick hears you say father, and it kind of he stalls for a second, and it was, well, I've certainly got your back.
All right. Locus, you've had our back this whole time. Everyone else okay with fighting the young dragon?
Dragon, owlbears, whatever gets us a boat down to where we need to go.
How about you, Blade? What are you thinking? Dragon or a whole lot of fucking owlbears?
Hmm. Well, I could use a matching drum with my new dragon tooth lute.
No said. Well, Headmaster, I think we'll take that dragon contract off your hands.
All right then. He shuffles through some papers and goes through a few things, and eventually produces you guys a map of the local area, and he puts a good size X on the map, and it looks like it's maybe half a day's travel from where you guys are in Wormwood Forest right now. So it's 5-6 hours worth of travel on foot from where you guys are. But he says, "Well, return to me when the deed is done, and with as much of the valuable arcane resources you can harvest from this great beast would be appreciated. Blood, in particular, is a very handy spell component, crafting device. So." get as much blood and maybe harvest a few organs if you can, and I will ensure you guys get a good discount or maybe even some store credit at the with the local guildsmen here.
Well, speaking of blood, would you happen to have some maybe spare vials that we can fill up with this blood that you need?
Yeah, he gives you, he walks over to he's got like a small alchemy set kind of set up on near his bar, and he takes a few baubles off of it and hands them to you. This is just my private wares. I don't have anything particular, but he does hand you let's see, let me roll this down real quick. He does hand you 3 vials, 3 different glass vials.
Alrighty.
Oh, one more thing, Headmaster. You wouldn't happen to know where I could find a bird? Just any. At this point, I'll take any kind of bird.
A bird? Like what kind of bird? There are plenty of birds here in the forest.
I was looking more specifically for like a bird of prey, but I've been having trouble finding one or someone selling them.
Oh, yes, well, you might find a few caged birds at the general goods merchant, but it's likely chickens or farm fowl. But yeah, the local woods, they do contain a plethora of animals. Wouldn't be hard to spot one or hunt it if that's what you desire.
Oh, I know. I could definitely hunt one down. I was just trying to save some time and trouble, but thank you nonetheless.
Indeed.
Well,
Okay, so he goes about, there's a knock at the door, and that same attendant, headmaster, we've got a few letters here. He shows like some parchment, and there's a rather ornery dwarf outside the grounds. He's been yelling for you. He walks over and gives them the letters. He's like, "All right. Go and calm the dwarf. Tell him I'll be out there to speak to him in a moment." And the servant kind of nods and then heads out.
all right. Well, you sound like you are a busy man, and I have some books that are calling my name. So we will return when we have more information for you.
And I await your return anxiously. Farewell, my friends. And he kind of sits back and continues to enjoy his pipe as he casually peruses some papers on his desk.
As the party's leaving, Renwick's going to be the last one out, and he's going to turn back around and just be like, "Headmaster, I'd have to ask, and pardon me for taking more of your time, but do you perchance know about something called the graying?"
The graying. Yes, that's what the halfling James Turner. he was some sort of disease, some sort of infection, perhaps native to his island, I think. He didn't share a lot of details, only that it seemed to be plaguing his region, and no cure has yet been found or heard of. A very rare and ancient disease as far as we know, but finding mention of it is one thing, finding cure for it is another, and I believe that he thought that this item, this all-caster, was some sort of, at least a piece to the puzzle of finding the remedy for whatever reason drove him to do so.
An allcaster, you say? I've never heard of such a thing.
Aye, it's a rare and powerful, legendary item indeed. I don't know that it has ever existed. It could just be myth.
Would you happen to know if there's maybe anything in the library here that might pertain to either the Graying or the Allcaster? Just any sort of insight. I mean, if it's a myth, surely somebody's written it down somewhere.
Well, there is much to be learned in the library, and I encourage you to visit our grounds. And also, like I had extended the invitation to your tiefling friend, should you desire to pursue the arcane arts, see me about an application, and we would welcome you as a regular student for sure. But the library is yours to peruse. I'm sure you will find at least something. Your father seemed to.
I never said he was my father. How'd you happen to know that?
I know quite a lot. And he looks at you through his manacle, and you notice his eyes as his one eye as it scans you over. Kind of stops on all of your magical items and equipment, almost as like he's like surveying or scanning them briefly.
And Renwick will kind of look down at Polaris, his rapier, and he'll just kind of grin and be like, "Well, you must have known my father pretty well then." And, I appreciate your time. I'll certainly take you up on your offer and see if I can't find something out in the library. And he'll just kind of nod at him and almost bow as he walks out.
He holds you up for a moment. Says, a few things are gathered here and there. Occasionally, we have like a lost and found. When you find your way to the library, ask the clerk if he has anything of your father's. I do believe he left a few things, whether on purpose or in a hurry. Some of his belongings are there, I assure you.
I don't even know what to say. I can't thank you enough. We'll take care of your problem, and hopefully this is the start of a long-term relationship. I think we can do good for each other. Thank you kindly. And he'll step out of the room and rejoin the party.
Okay, yeah. So as you guys kind of head out, I assume out of the main hall and head towards the library, did you guys need to do anything else besides go to the library?
Before stepping out, Locris threw his disguise back up.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Okay, so you guys make it to the library. You guys pass through this kind of a purple, like, arcane bubble that is in the main entryway, and it doesn't even slow you at all. You pass right through, and you enter like a massive library. It is, 10, maybe 12 stories high, and you've got books from floor to ceiling in every direction, on top of rows upon rows of equally high bookshelves. There are there are several different tables scattered about with several different chairs at each one. There's little like individual reading tables. There's tables that look like they could support several, maybe like a dozen people, and there are different stairwells leading off into each random direction. There's different levels of like balconies that seem to magically lower and raise depending on where you were at and where you wanted to go. And the several students kind of filter about, looking at books, reading, studying, whatnot. What do you do?
So I had one question real quick. I think I've already asked this question a couple times and I keep forgetting. When I had that shield commissioned, did we have it sent to Dipper's Point, or like ask the blacksmith to get
Oh
sent to
shit.
Dipper's
Okay,
Point?
we'll retcon this. Good call there, Gladier. So as you guys exit the main hall, you guys heading for the library. There is actually a pile of dwarves standing outside of the main hall. It seems like you guys being invited in by the headmaster made it through the barrier, like the weird arcane bubble in the doorway. The dwarves have not, and they are pretty pissed off about it. But Renwick, Logos, you guys recognize on your way out Brotor, the professor at the guild, the smithy guild in Hammerton Village. He is the one causing all the ruckus, calling out, "Headmaster, I need in. I'm a teacher and I need a job, and I'm in need, and I know I can do you right. Headmaster, let me in." He's kind of beating on the door, and you do recognize this to be the shield maker or the smith you had commissioned his shield from, and he several dwarves are in company with him, all packages in tow, and upon realizing the who and the where, you do manage to acquire your shield from this pack of rowdy dwarves. As you kind of one of them steps forward, to present the shield to you. Go ahead and give me a perception check, the whole party.
$13 for
Locris is
Renwick.
too busy. Locris is too busy thinking about books to pay attention. 4.
I got a 15, which is pretty low for Logos, and I think it makes sense considering what's happened.
Glader just sees the pretty shield and just doesn't notice anything else.
Yeah, so the shield's wrapped up. Logos, you notice the diminutive dwarven figure that hands over the shield. It does so briefly, and keeps his cowl pulled over his face. As he slides this shield into Gladier's hands, you definitely hear a little bit of a raspy whisper coming your way. "You fucking left me?" He kind of looks over the shield at you, Gladier. Clearly, it is scruff.
What the hell? No, you disappeared on us. Where have you been?
You fucking left me. Admit it.
No, you just up and left and didn't tell any of us where you're going, and then some shit went down and we had to get out of Dodge real quick.
I went to take a shit, and then I came back and you guys were all fucking gone. You left me.
Well, you need to see a cleric because that shit took you a damn long time.
He laughs at you. Okay. Alright, I may or may not have seen Brotor coming up with the refugees and decided to grab a hold of him, and by the time I came back, you guys were gone. I figured I'd find you again anyway. Yeah,
Well,
here's your shield, and boy is it one.
Well, it was not intentional for us to leave you there. We just, like I said, shit went down, so,
Yeah, shit went down,
Yep.
and you fucking left me. That's what happened.
Well, for fuck's sake, next time that you go wandering off, leave a note so we know you're coming back.
You could have followed the crumbs of cheese. I was leaving some, I think.
Well, I'm a fucking thief. I was looking around. I didn't see any hidden messages or anything. You didn't make it obvious, that's for damn sure.
I thought those cheese were just snacks being left out. I actually ate the cheese.
well, regardless, Scruff, it's good to see you. We're glad you're safe.
Nah, Brotor, he's a good lot. And, yeah, he came to the university to try to teach here. I don't know. I think they don't teach smithing, but well, we figured we'd come try anyway.
I might be able to make some things that they can enchant. I'm sure they can find some use for them.
Yeah, that's what I figures too. Anyways, we're gonna get some rooms and whatnot. What are you guys doing? What's the plan?
We're actually going to hunt. We're going to hunt down some beasts. Would you like to come?
Absolutely not. That sounds awful. I'm gonna drink beer with Brotor.
Oh, there you go. We have an objective, and seems like you do too.
Yeah, we're just gonna hunt down these beasts, and then we're gonna be leaving here pretty soon, probably within the next I don't know, day or two. We'll probably be out of here as well.
All right. Well, I don't leave without saying goodbye to old Scruff. I'm gonna help Brotor see out this headmaster and see what we can get going for ourselves. But mind your manners and be safe and all that. Come back in one piece. At least most of yous.
Logus, would like to give Scruff a handshake, and he's gonna try to slip him 5 gold just to pay for his drinks, considering he's been through a lot. And yeah, Scruff, you have yourself a good time, man. You deserve it. It'd be nice to unwind a little bit.
His kind of naturally greedy nature, he grins ear to ear when he feels some coins in his hand. Ah, and you too, Logas. Take care.
Renwick will walk up and give him the forearm handshake, pull him in for a hug, and be like, pretty fucking ironic for you to tell us to say goodbye. And just wink at him as he walks away.
Rude, but I like it. Gladier, your shield is very stone color, very the color of the Boulette's skin. It is made from several flexible pieces of this thing's carapace, and though it has the stats of a regular large shield, it also comes with 10 charges upon the shield. Now, the shield does not require attunement because it is not a magic weapon. Once the charge is spent, it is spent until you return it to a smithy and have it repaired. So it is not something that generates auto regenerates on a long rest. It's something you actually have to seek out resources to restore. But the 10 charges you have, as a reaction in combat, you may use a charge on your shield, and that will give you the basic damage resistance against slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning damage, magic or otherwise. So you've got a pretty decent ability in this shield here.
Okay, yes. So anytime I get attacked, I have 10 charges to essentially half the damage if it's slashing, piercing, or bludgeoning.
Correct. Yeah, slashing, piercing, or bludgeoning damage is halved upon using a reaction and a charge. So, and in order to refill the charges, each charge takes 250 gold pieces as well as 24 hours worth of work. So if you're gonna do 4 charges, it takes 1,000 gold and 4 days to recharge this shield, but it is doable.
Okay. Hell yeah, that's dope. And it's kind of just a um, regular shield.
Right. It has this basic stats of a large shield. However, instead of being a large steel shield, it is actually 3 or 4 pieces of this flexible carapace of the boulette that have kind of tactfully been melded together, and you are wielding a pretty decent. It's kind of weird looking form, but with this masterful craftsman putting different dwarvish designs, almost where you would imagine stitching to be if it was leather, and it's quite
the high quality shield. Should you decide you do not want it and want to sell it, the approximate value is 1,350 gold pieces.
All right. Hell yeah. Sounds good to me. I like that.
Does the price diminish with if it has less charges on it?
No.
Oh, there you go, Gladiator.
Nice.
Renwick will look over and be like, so, what exactly do you want to call that piece of work? Because, that's pretty right there.
Yeah, Brotor didn't name the piece because that's custom for the wielder to do.
I gotta take some time, think on it, come up with a name that does it justice. No pun intended.
Okay, so as you pick up this shield and make your way to the Grand Library, we fast forward to the library. So you guys are entering this Grand Library. There are students, milling about, going here and there, reading books, talking, comparing notes. What do you guys do?
Locris is going to try and find an attendant to find some books.
There is an elven lady. She's got some spectacles on. She seems to be directing most of the students that come to her for questions. She lowers her head when you approach. Hello, what could I do for you this day?
Hi, I'm trying to find some books on primarily 3 topics at this point, and I was wondering if you might be able to help me with that.
Certainly. What topics?
Primarily any information regarding warlocks, as well as anything you may have on a figure named Drasic or Drasic Raven, or about dream interpretation.
She ponders for a moment, makes a few notes. Give me a few moments to peruse the library. I'll be back with you shortly. And she kind of takes off to down a certain section. She's gone for a few minutes, and she returns. A few tomes here or there concern. They mention Jurassic, but only in the more bardic sense, legends of deeds done and whatnot. No specifics. But she does throw down a dusty old tome. This might have something which you're looking for. Is there any information you're seeking directly that I might help you find? She throws down a dusty old tome, and it is just similar to what you have already, but not in the through the eyes of Pelor. It is easily like thrice the thickness of your Book of Pelor, but it is a compendium of warlocks.
Well, I read Pelor's Compendium of Warlocks, and I'm just trying to find information that would either contradict or confirm or not even be in the book itself in general.
I'm sorry, my dog barked in the middle of that. Say that one more time.
I'm just saying I was trying to find, figure out where they agree, where they disagree, and what other information may not be in Pelor's copy.
Oh, yes. The devout writings tend to be very biased. I would recommend the outlook of a sorcerer or a wizard. And she kind of taps to the compendium of warlocks that she placed before you.
Yes, thank you. I'll take the book, whatever books she brought over and take them to a table and start reading. And if I have to, cast comprehend languages twice.
Okay, it is in Draconic, so you might have to do that. But you kind of begin scanning through this book. Go ahead and give me an investigation check. Is there anything else while Locris sits down to flip through this book? Is there anything the rest of the party would be interested in doing here?
Logus. Well, actually, I didn't hear that. Never mind. Um, would Logus be able to find anything on his father in this library?
Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
$17 total.
You don't find anything that directly references your father, but you do find evidence in like more of like the periodical type of a like section. You do find evidence that a batch of adventurers was hired from Nightwood to fulfill a contract for the university. Because there were a few dragon attacks on the town, and after a few attempts of ridding themselves of the dragon failed, they actually outsourced a group of adventurers that they thought from the same realm as where this creature came from. It was long thought that this red shadow dragon that your father battled was actually either driven off from the lands of Nightwood somehow, or maybe had its like nest or hoard disturbed, and it went to seek a new home, and then it came to Wormwood Forest. So it seems like it was originally in Nightwood, but it doesn't mention your father particularly, but it does back up the story the headmaster told you. Locris, as you're flipping through, you find a little bit of information on Drassic. Nothing particularly, a lot of like supposed deeds he has done, quests and things. You do find that he is strongly associated and affiliated with Shadowfell, which is another plane of existence. And you do find that warlocks who tend to be tied to patrons that live in Shadowfell tend to have the stark, smoky effect that you seem to portray occasionally about them, and also that it is not uncommon for people connected to other planes, be it Shadowfell or the Feywild or the Fire Plane or etc. It is not uncommon for people connected to these planes to dream of them, to have like a little crossover, a little bleed over, particularly if you and your patron are on the same wavelength, and that could mean a lot of things. Maybe you're both angry at the same time. Maybe you're both angry at the same person. Maybe you're both just feeling the same emotion at the same time for completely different reasons. But when this happens, it tends to invoke dreaming. Also, through your dreams is kind of how patrons, particularly of the other planes, check in on you. It's not like they're watching your every single movement. They're gathering, where you are and what you're doing from your subconscious, and so they've been known to tamper with your dreams. Also, you find a little bit better reference of what you had found first in Pelor's book. A lot of warlocks find their patrons by a ceremony and dedicating themselves to service, but occasionally patrons just have wards thrust upon them from the universe. Like, they don't really give permission and, you know, sign them up for servitude as they do to, like, their other wards. And they find that wards in this that are oriented in this way to their you know, patrons or whatever tend to be, you know, influences of the patron's will on other planes, whether the patron or the you know, ward wants it or not, really. So and that's kind of all you come across for the time being.
All right, and I'm sure that I want to find a lot of new information if I then search Shadowfell, correct? Just to brief it up for you.
Say that one more time.
Well, after finding out about Shadowfell, that would be the next thing that I would look for.
Okay, yeah, and I mean, Shadowfell is a common enough thing to find information on. It's just another plane of existence. Shadowfell is a mirror plane of the material plane, which means, as far as the geography goes, things are similar there, but not the same exactly. Where one might find a lush forest next to a running river on the material plane. On that same spot in the plane of Shadowfell, you know, instead of a lush forest and a running river, it might be a completely dead, decrepit forest and a ditch full of bones, or, you know, maybe a running viscous fluid that is not water. You know. But aside from that, it's just kind of general knowledge of the plane and, you know, its densians.
Yep, I'm good.
And once everybody starts kind of making their way, doing their searches, Renwick will look back at Gladier and Blade and be like, is there anything in particular that you two are looking for in here?
Maybe something that could help us with green dragons.
I have something I want to do, but I'm probably gonna save that till like right before we pass out. So if anyone wants to get anything done first, I'll just wait for the end.
Okay, Blade, go ahead and give me an investigation check as you kind of thumb your way about looking for some information on green dragons.
Right. Oh, 19.
Yeah, it doesn't take you long, and you find, you know, quite a bit of information on dragons. You file down to the section on green dragons. Is there anything particular you're looking for information wise on these dragons?
Nothing in particular, just kind of like an overview of it.
Okay, so you know that you come across a few tombs and you're able to piece a few things together. You know that the most cunning and treacherous of the dragons are the green dragons. They use misdirection and trickery to get the upper hand against their enemies. They are nasty tempered and thoroughly evil. They typically roam around forests and things. Gloom around a forest, an unnatural gloom and unnatural haze or kind of like fog is a clear indication of an adult green dragon's presence. They usually hunt by patrolling forest territory from the air, and it eats pretty much any creature it can see. It will even consume shrubs and small trees when hungry enough. But its favorite prey is actually elves.
Oh, perfect.
And yeah, so aside from that, it's just kind of a general compendium of, you know, several different names of several particular dragons that have done like great and terrible deeds and whatnot. Aside from the basics, you do note
that it seems that the green dragon is particularly immune to poison, and its breath weapon has been known to be quite lethal in that same realm as a very deadly, very powerful poison. And also, they look to be one of the amphibious types of dragons. They excel both on land and in water.
Wow. All right.
Moving on down. Renwick.
So once everybody kind of clears out, he's going to approach the cleric, kind of not wanting to make a big deal about this and be by himself, and approach the cleric and basically say, I was speaking with a headmaster, and I was told that a halfling by the name of James Turner had passed through and might have left a few belongings around. Would you be able to help me with that?
I can help you with that. And she walks over to a desk and thumbs through some paperwork, and then wanders over to another desk and pulls out a satchel, and hands it to you. It's like like almost like a writing satchel. Says, unfortunately, he paid a messenger to deliver a letter. We thought it was all well and good, but the messenger failed to deliver the letter and the parcel, as we found him slain shortly outside of town. They were returned to us, and we figured we'd hold on to him in case we ever saw him again. But the contents are yours. And she kind of bows and heads off. Within the satchel is a small book, and that it's just some worn adventuring gear. Looks like a small broken mirror, and of all things, a couple of half-burnt candles. Oddly enough, you open the book, and it seems to be a few notes and scribbles. A lot of it somewhat illegible, but towards the end, you do start catching. It looks almost like almost a journal of sorts. There are frequent mentions of the something called the Allcaster, and how the graying. Two things he's been seeking out. A lot of different passages. It seems to be quoting like almost like the Dewey Decimal System. Like places he's looked, books he's read, different quotes, different pages of different books, and it looks like your father has done quite a bit of research, looking into both the Allcaster and a weird disease unknown by most, called the graying. He's got several different notes that he leaves, underlined and circled, pointing to different books that he might have used for research. Aside from that, as you kind of go through the book, a letter falls out, a handwritten letter. It looks like it is to your mother, telling her that everything is well, and that he will return shortly, and hopefully his questing has not been in vain, and that the Green Dragon-born headmaster has been quite helpful and handy in his knowledgeable ways, and has been quite fun to talk to, even sharing the exploits of home and things your father has done in the past. And he even mentions showing him this picture, and it is a hand-drawn picture of your father and mother and yourself, all in this tightly bound book. It looks like he was hand sketched it and was trying to send it to your mom along with the letter, but neither got delivered.
I imagine he just kind of like very heavily sinks back into a chair with this satchel and starts kind of pouring through its contents, and kind of picks up the broken mirror and runs his finger along it, and picks up the candles and turns them around to see, if he could gauge, like how much they were used, and then flips through the pages of the books, finds that letter, finds the sketch, kind of smiles to himself, and he folds the sketch up and tucks it somewhere safe, and then just kind of puts all the different components back into the satchel and goes to kind of meet back up with the group. Quietly, though, very reserved, clearly in thought, or like deep in thought.
With my passive perception of 20, would I have seen him like going through the stuff and kind of slink back into the group?
Oh yeah, for sure. You're well aware. As the one person who's actually, more nature oriented, you seem to be the only person not impressed by all these fucking dusty tomes and pieces of paper.
So Logus will go up to Renwick. I don't know about you, friend, but books aren't really my thing. How's about me and you go do some hunting, maybe look for some birds and get our mind off things? I think you and I both need this right now.
He'll look up at him and kind of pat the satchel, and he'll be like, "Yeah, I've got a bit on my mind. I could use some fresh air." Then he'll look over. I assume Blade is probably nearby.
Oh yeah, he's actively reading through a few books on green dragons at a nearby table.
And Renwick will just call over and be like, "Blade, I think Logus and I are going to step out. Are you okay doing the research on the dragon?"
Blade, like, not even looking at him, just kind of puts his hand up, like, kind of waving him off, like, he's got it.
And yeah, I'll get up and follow Logus out of the library.
Okay, so Logus, you've been waiting some time to try to hunt yourself down a bird. You exit the library and the forest is just right there. And a nice big slow river kind of trickles through. Go ahead and give me, we'll say, survival check to kind of walk around the outskirts of this town and see if you can't locate a bird of prey.
Come on, Avra, don't fuck me in. I know it's just gonna be like, it's gonna be a low roll. I feel it. Because it'll be funny as shit if it is. 13.
So after a spell of walking around and seeking out different birds, the first starts with a few Tweety birds and things, woodpecker here or there, but you do eventually come across a bird of prey. You watch it dip its talons into the river and snatch a fish as it flies on. It is an adolescent hawk, a hawk barely reaching adulthood.
So Logan's using some of the meat from his rations will kind of hold it out and cast well, he'll try to get the attention with the meat, and he'd want to cast animal friendship with it. And also I can cast speak with animals at will. So I would have, hello there, little friend. I don't mean you no harm. I was actually hoping that you and I could become friends. I have some food here for you.
Yeah, with the animal friendship and the communicate with the animals, it is all too happy to place its fish gingerly down for now and make its way over to you and getting a little bit more fatty meat. It takes the treat from you and scarfs it down, looks to you expectingly.
I'll hand him another ration.
It eats it, quickly and voraciously.
So with the animal friendship, we are companions for 24 hours. I was kind of hoping to use that time to kind of maybe make some animal handling checks or something to try to maybe get him to stick around even without the spell.
Yeah, go ahead and give me animal handling check.
Oh yeah, it's the 23 total.
I Oh, sorry. Yeah, you with that kind of a check, you're not sure if it's the spell or not for the time being, but you definitely start building a rapport with this bird, and it genuinely seems to like your presence. Often coming down to land on your shoulder and basically inspecting you for meat at this point. It's associated you with food, and so it's definitely keeping an eye on you, and for the time being, it's definitely gonna stick around.
Yeah, so for the moment, like I'll just kind of like sit in the forest and stand by a tree and just feed it some of the meat from my rations and try to bond with it as much as I can and feed it when it wants and just talk to it in general and trying to make an animal like kind of like an animal companion for now.
Okay, yeah, and yeah, you for sure are working your magic with this bird, who's you're building like a bond with for the time being. Let's see here. Renwick, is there anything else you need to do? You're kind of palling around with Logus at this point. I think, what was it? Gladier, you said you wanted to do something, correct?
I do want to just add in that since Renwick is out palling around with Logus, as he somehow manages to kind of coax this bird in and befriend it, I think Renwick walks up nearby and he's like, "Well, you really seem to have a way with those animals. Like, I mean, more so than the average person." That being said, he looks a bit like a Tony to me. I think I like that Tony Hawk, and just kind of nods to himself.
I've never heard of this Tony Hawk, but I must admit it does have a nice ring to it. What do you think, little friend? Do you like the name Tony Hawk? And I just kind of like pet him and give him more treats.
He chirps at you as you give him more treats. You get the distinct impression he don't really care what you call him as long as you got some of those treats on hand.
Okay, we'll talk about that later. We're either gonna call you Tony or Ethan. Tony Hawk or Ethan Hawk. Either way. We'll think about it.
You
We
for
got that.
sure know as you're kind of bonding with this hawk. You can tell right away it's a female hawk.
Well, Renwick, I'm afraid this little hawk here is a female. You got any female hawk names?
Antonia Hawk it is. Tony for short.
Antonia Hawk. Oh, sorry, Renwick. I know we came out here to do some hunting. I just couldn't help passing up this beautiful bird. Would you like to go take down some deer or something?
Honestly, I think watching you befriend this majestic creature's been rather helpful in easing my mind and taking it off things for a little bit. It's been nice to get a breather. I really appreciate you bringing me out, and I'm happy to be here to meet your new friend, Antonia. I look forward to getting to know you. And he'll wink at the hawk.
And I'll toss Renwick a meat and there, see if she'll eat out of your hand. I don't know how she'll react to you. Might be funny.
And he will very gingerly walk over with an open palm so as not to get a finger bit off and attempt to feed this meat to the hawk.
Give me an animal handling check as you attempt to feed the hawk.
That is a 16.
You successfully feed the hawk. Doesn't cost you any fingers or anything. It takes the meat happily and then chirps, expecting more. Okay,
Ah, no.
so as the day kind of presses on, a few hours kind of move by, and it slowly starts to become dusk. The orange hue of the sun kind of on the horizon in the sky, and you guys have spent a few hours in the library and tracking down birds at this point. And so, what does the party want to do from here?
So as Logus is walking with his hawk, like with Renwick, I assume we're starting to walk back to town before as it's getting dark. Oh man, sure had a lot of old trauma come up today, my friend, haven't we?
Yeah, I'd say that I definitely didn't see that one coming. I've been looking for my father for quite some time, and well, quite frankly, I really didn't have any leads. So to stumble across anything, let alone this amount of information, it's staggering. I need time to process, and it sounds like I either need to send word from home or word to home, or be making my way back in the near future. Something's going wrong, and it doesn't seem like anybody has the answers. But if my dad's been doing all this research, he's probably the person to talk to, and it sounds like he's in trouble. That or somebody he knows is.
I mean, what are the odds that in the same place we find information on the people that we've been looking for? Sometimes it makes me wonder that I know your father was a bit of an adventurer too. Could it be perhaps that our fathers knew each other? Maybe we were destined to meet each other.
Well, I mean, my father has ran a merchant vessel for as long as I can remember, and I mean he knows many people across many ports, and I guess it's not entirely impossible that he might have had a run in with your dad. And quite frankly, if my father's looking for help in curing something, uh, and he passed through Wormhearth, and your father was here, there's a chance that they may have crossed paths. So it seems only fitting that you and I would find each other and form an unlikely bond.
Unlikely indeed, my little friend, but as someone who knows what it's like to struggle with of finding a father who's gone missing or having very little information what that happened, I can assure you that if we have a lead on how to find your father, how to help him, just like I promised Gladiator to help him, you have my word that I'll be there to help you find your father or whatever may come, whatever that may mean to you.
Well, I can't say that we've been together long, but we've definitely been through a whole lot of shit so far. And we're walking right into the middle of the storm. So once we get through this, you've got my aid, that's for certain. We'll find each other's fathers. We'll figure all this out. In due time, though, at the moment, there's an entire country that needs us. And, well, quite frankly, if I'm going to ride into this shitstorm, there's no better band of misfits to do it with. And they'll just kind of rib him a little bit.
Logos will reach out and do that forearm handshake he's seen Renwick do plenty of times now, and just kind of like ruffle his hair a little bit, mess with him. Uh, let's head back to town. It's about time that Gladier's belt should be running out soon. We should probably find a room to stay in for the night before we go hunting a dragon in the morning. We got a long day ahead of us.
That, and I'm sure Blade's been reading up on it, so I'd be curious to hear everything he's found out. Better to go into a situation like this knowing your enemy, and it's not like young green dragonborns are entirely uncommon. I'm sure there's a fair amount of detail Blade's picked up. So, well, let's bring Tony back to the bar, and or well, I guess, back to the library.
And this whole time, like I'm just kind of making sure she's following me and perching on my shoulder as much as she can, and giving her scrunchies and little food when she lands on my shoulder to know, that she's safe and it's okay here as we're walking.
All right, yeah, and you, as you guys kind of meander towards the library, the party reconvenes. What do you guys plan on doing now? The sun is getting low, about to set. The day is fairly spent. What plans do you guys have at this point?
I think Logus would definitely lead the party to like an inn, because I don't know how much time Gladier has on his belt, and try to get at least 2 rooms for us.
Yeah, you, Renwick and Blade have already kind of went and set up shop at the Red Fox. It is the inn across the river from the university, and there, as you guys kind of cross the river and enter this inn, it is a little more lively than when Blade and Renwick were in there. Prior, it had only been a few patrons getting breakfast with a few ales, but now you're looking at roughly a dozen patrons, a few people who look to have maybe freshly got off work, and several others just interested in a meal, just kind of casually dining and drinking. Not a packed house by any means, but definitely some other patrons. As you go talk to the Green Dragonborn barkeep, he smiles and introduces himself. And single golden night. We have several rooms. Got 4 or 5 available if you'd like. A couple beds in each. So your call.
I'll take 2 rooms for now, and put 2 gold on the thing. And I'd also take a round of ale and a round of meals for me and my friends here.
And that'll be another gold piece then for the 5 of you.
Logos will slap down, and not slap, but put down another gold piece.
And yeah, he smiles and hands you a couple of keys to a couple rooms on the upper level. And slowly but surely comes back with not only a round of ales, but also a thick, hearty beef and vegetable broth in a wooden bowl with a wooden spoon. And, also like a tray of like biscuits for the lot of you. Anything else?
No, I think that's it for now. Anyone else need anything?
Oh, so it's great. Think I'm good.
I'd imagine Renwick climbs up onto the bar stool and partakes in all of that, and just kind of looks at Nert, and he's like, "Well, you sure do know how to treat a regular and his friends." And like gives him a wink as he starts chowing down.
Hey, you know it. Make sure you tell everybody around that. The Red Fox. That's where the good hospitality here in town happens to be. He kind of smiles and goes back behind the bar, doing his thing.
So my friends, everyone dig in. I've got us a meal for the night. It's not every day that the next day we go and take on a young dragon. Could be very well maybe our last meal, as grim as that may be. So enjoy it and eat up. It's on me.
I appreciate that, Lotus. Speaking of that green dragon, Blade, you find out anything useful?
Well, figured out a lot of stuff about them. These creatures are extremely aggressive. That's what I found out, and that they're also kind of hidden in the forest areas, and will eat pretty much just about anything. And be sure to look out for maybe fog or like a haze. It's usually a good sign that they're lingering around. These creatures aren't to be messed with or taken lightly. These things are not one to shy away from combat, I'm sure, and will, if in its area, will provoke.
All right, so I guess we just gotta, be smart about this, and I think the best course of action is to probably spread out, divide and conquer type deal. More targets it has to focus on, the more of us are likely to survive. If we're all just grouped up in one bunch, it's probably going to take us all out pretty quick. So, probably.
Clever creatures.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. I think we keep our sneaky folk, and he kind of like nods towards Logus and Renwick. Keep our sneaky ones towards the back, off in the shadows, attacking from afar, and Logris and I can probably cause a bit of a distraction closer up front, a little up close and personal. And Blade, you're just divine at healing all of us and keeping us alive. But you do some damage too, so I think a little combo action of that will help keep us all alive.
The plan is hopefully with the help of my friend here, and I'll feed Tony a little piece of meat from the stew. Oh yeah, by the way, this is Tony Hawk, my pet hawk that I found. I'm hoping she'll stick around, but for now she's my friend and my companion. With the help of her, I might be able to get in the sky and see through her eyes and possibly find the dragon before we even come upon her. That's why I needed a bird so bad. It's just a way to get eyes in the sky. So hopefully we can track the dragon, and then when we feel like we're getting close, I can send her up and see through her eyes, and we can find the dragon before we initiate attack against it.
That'll definitely help a lot. Blade, did it say anything about where it might, lay roost? Any sort of terrain that it might favor?
From what I've read, it seems to favor more forested areas.
You would also know, Gladier, that the headmaster of the university marked roughly the area on your map where he thinks it to be nesting. It is roughly 5-6 hours travel on foot from Wormhearth.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's not too bad. I mean, spend the day, go out there and take out the dragon, camp out, then haul everything back the next day. Roughly 2 days of taking out this dragon for a contract and get safe travel down to Frostin, I think it was.
Frostfire?
Frostfire. Yeah, so hopefully we can be in Frostfire in 3 to 4 days, if everything goes according to plan.
Perhaps we shouldn't be overlooking a battle with the dragon and not necessarily worry what's going on after tomorrow, because as grim as it may be, some of us may not make it out of a battle with the dragon. And Not saying that I would wish death upon any of you. Obviously, I consider you all close friends, but it is a dragon, and death is very possible against one of those. I think we should just focus on the dragon for now.
Do you think this dragon is cousins with any of these dragonborn?
That could be where these green dragonborns came from. Maybe they did say it was a young dragonborn. That means mama's out there somewhere.
I'm not sure that's exactly how we work, but you know, I
My
guess
dear,
that's a possibility.
my dear, it is literally in your name. You are a dragon born. You have part dragon in you. That means that you, somewhere down the line, one of your ancestors fucked a dragon. Am I crazy here, Locris Renwick? Isn't that how it works?
No, I mean it's bad news, but hell, my great grandma fucked the demon, so you're in good company at least.
Renwick just kind of kicks his feet up onto the table and kicks back and is just like, well, I mean, I don't see any other way that happens. So, my only question is, was it the mom or the dad that was the dragon? Just kind of takes a big swig from his mug.
Vader's just gonna let out a heavy sigh and shake his head and laugh.
I mean, it's not even like, disrespectfully, dear. It takes a lot of balls to try to mate with a dragon. It's pretty crazy.
Well, let's be honest, dragons polymorph. Maybe they look like a human. Do they keep their reproductive organs at that point?
I think the real question should be, was the dragon a female or a male? Because that makes a difference, does it not?
Renwick will just kind of like laugh to himself for a second and be like, I heard a story once in the tavern that I grew up in. Sailor swore up and down that he ran into a dragon that fucked a donkey. It's the strangest thing. They were best friends with an ogre. The whole situation. It's a big fucking jumble.
Now,
I think I heard that story when I was a child as well. I think there were 3 parts to that story.
that is not how it worked at all. We were. Guess I gotta go into it with y'all. All right. Dragonborns were shaped by our draconic gods, and then we hatched as our own race. Like there was no dragons fucking humans. It's we were created by the draconic gods themselves.
Oh, I always just assumed it was when dragons assume their humanoid form, they'd go and fuck something, and then we end up with all sorts of weird bits. I mean, where the fuck did kobolds come from? Am I right?
Yeah, that I have no idea. I'm not sure on that. That's probably some weird shit right there.
When a daddy dragon gets a horny princess all alone in a tower, waiting for a supposed Prince Charming.
Gladiator, were you hatched from an egg or were you born as a live baby?
Are you like a platypus? Like warm-blooded, but it came in an egg? Are dragonborns warm-blooded? I'm sorry, I'm a bit delusional. My head's all over the place.
No, I was. We're hatched from eggs. I guess it's kind of a crude way of putting it. Kind of a little demeaning to compare us to a platypus, but we were, like I said, shaped from the draconic gods, and hatched, and we came into being as our own separate, unique race. Kind of forming together the best of the best. Best of the dragons and best of the humanoids, and that's just how we came to be. So
Hey, Renwick, am I crazy or does being shaped from draconic gods sound like a load of BS to you? Sounds
All right,
like someone just fucked the dragon and tried to make up a story to cover it.
Well, it's
what?
kind of where my head was at, but in all honesty, I was distracted by him besmirching the good name of the platypus. I mean, for fuck's sake, it's got the bill of a duck, the tail of a beaver, and it's got poisonous barbs. It's the ultimate predator.
All right, well, but where did the elves come from? If not from some elven god, it's the same deal. I just came from a draconic god.
But where did the half elf come from? If not an elf and a human getting nasty.
I'm not a half
Blade,
and I'm
were your
dragon.
parents, was one parent a human or was one an elf?
Oh, they were mixed. Yeah, my father was an elf.
See, Gladier, that's how you get to half elf.
I'm not a
I
half.
assume. I, I'm just saying, like that's how it works in the world.
I understand that, but I'm not half dragon. I'm dragonborn. There's a difference.
I
Well,
don't know. Lucas,
I'm not
does
half
he breathe?
demon, but there's human in my bloodline.
You know, I feel a little.
HMR aren't half.
I need a moment. You know, I feel like me and Tony just need to go chill out somewhere because you guys are being oddly confrontational.
No, no, not.
I prefer quizzical.
Simply
Oh, yeah,
curious. Simply
We are
curious. See,
we are in a center for learning. We're trying to learn.
In my defense, the Alliance Islands don't have a ton of dragonborn, so I'm not exactly familiar with their anatomy or their reproductive cycle. So really, I was just seeking some knowledge about my friend.
exactly. Neither does Nightwood. I come from a land of mostly elves.
You know, just listen to my explanation. You can just saying my mom or dad fucked a dragon.
And Gladia, if they did, it's okay. We still accept you, my friend. That's the whole point.
I
And
mean,
he'll
can
toss them a piece of meat and here, look, feed the hawk. It'll be okay.
I don't want to feed your hog. That's a pity feeding.
No, no, he's cool. Like, Renwick, did you not feed the hawk earlier and he was completely cool with you?
Oh, absolutely. I walked right up. I gave him a piece of jerky, or sorry, gave her a piece of jerky. And me and Tony are the best of friends now, isn't that right? And he'll just kind of look at her and go, "Caw!"
I need you to recognize my bird's pronouns.
And that was my mistake, and I do apologize. And he'll sort of bow to your bird.
She screeches expectingly and glares at Logus.
Look, it's okay. Look, at now I'll hand Gladier a piece of meat from like leftover from my stew. Look, just hand it to her.
Glader hesitantly holds his hand out with the piece of meat on his palm.
Give me an animal handling check.
It's the best fucking roll of the night. Are you kidding me? I'm trying to feed a goddamn hog. I roll a 19.
So
But when I'm
you pitch it to the hawk, and maybe it was just the way you subtly moved, but the hawk kind of jumps down off of Logus's shoulder and ventures awful close to your bowl of stew, looking at you, and then to the bowl of stew, and back and forth.
yeah, I just kind of nudge over the unfinished bowl towards Tony.
He rips a chunk of meat out of it and then flaps back to Logus's arm and eats a rather juicy chunk of beef, kind of sloppily, splashing a little bit of beef broth all over Logus's like face and shoulder.
All right. Well, on that note, I think I'm gonna head up to our rooms and maybe try and get a little shut eye before we take on this dragon tomorrow.
I think we should all do the same, fellas. We have a long day ahead of us.
I'd have to agree. We've come a long way from bullywugs, and best be getting some shut eye before something like this.
All right. So as you guys get get ready for bed, anybody in the party particularly need to do anything before you guys set out for to get your 8 hours of rest?
So I think we got 2 rooms. He said there was a couple beds per room.
Correct.
So like beds. I think later would just walk over to the bar and put down a gold and get his a separate room for himself for the night.
Okay, yeah, easy enough. He's happy to take your gold coin, and he gives you a key to a room upstairs.
And then he's just gonna, say his goodnights to the party and then go to his room and then gonna pull out a little piece of parchment and some I don't know, I guess there's not really pencils in Fantasy World, but like maybe like a piece of charcoal or like a quill or something like that.
Yeah, there's like definitely like an ink and a pen and inkwell, made from like a feather quill that you could, like a little bit of stationery left in the room, a couple pieces of parchment.
Alright, so he's just gonna kind of sit down and take that out and start writing down some names. Starting with the Silver Queen, the Hammer, the Spear, the Book, and Mirneth. And then at the bottom of the page, just write down, "May justice find you." And then he's going to take the parchment and just kind of hold it in one hand, and then his amulet of horror in the other. And then just kind of like take a deep breath and just kind of calm his nerves. And then I'm going to pray to my deity.
Okay, go ahead and give me a religion check.
All right. I do have like specific stuff I would like to say if
Okay,
that
yeah.
changes.
Give me a religion check and tell me what are you specifically praying to your deity for?
All right, so roll it first. Oh, that's not fucking good. Jesus Christ. I've literally only had one good roll of the night. Yeah, that's +0. So that's 6 on the die. But he would just say, so we haven't talked since the last time you visited me in my dreams. But I could really use your help right now. We're facing insurmountable odds. The Silver Queen's influence spreads far and wide, and ours is spreading thin. But you told me I could trust in you, that you'd give me the strength to obtain justice for my people. So what do I do? What is our best course of action? What's the next step we should take? But I rolled a fucking 6, so.
And with a 6, as you kind of sit and ask forth what is the next step you should take, you're kind of dwelling on it. Unbeknownst to you, the candle in your room kind of blows out, and you are left in utter darkness. But that's all the response you get, if that even was a response from Hor himself.
Yeah, I guess Glader would just sit there for a few moments longer, maybe like a minute or two, and then with that being the only response he got, he'd get up, take off his armor, polish it, put it down on the ground, and then lay down to bed for sleep.
All right.
downstairs. The party is hanging out, finishing their dinners and ales. Is there anything else you guys would like to do before sunrise?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, Logus procured 2 rooms and 2 beds, right?
2 rooms, 2 beds per room.
So I'll look over at Logus and be like, if you don't mind, buddy, can I have a set of those keys? I think I'm gonna head up to bed.
And I'll hand him a set of keys, and I assume with my passive 20 perception, I saw Ladir get his own room. And I'll be like, uh, yeah, we might have extra room. I think we kind of hurt Gladir's feelings, ribbing at him a little bit. I didn't know he was so sensitive.
You'd think with skin like that, he'd well, he'd be a bit more thick-skinned.
Right, that's what I thought. I mean, he's a dragon born with thin skin. Who would have known? And then I'll hand him a key.
And I'll take the key and I'll look over at Blade and I'll be like, I assume you're shacking up with me. After all, Loker's talks in his sleep. And he'll kind of laugh to himself as he walks away and heads up to bed. And then when he gets up into the room, he's basically just going to pull the satchel out and light those half-lit candles and flip back through that journal he found. And probably fall asleep reading it.
Okay, yeah, for sure. You busted out. Go ahead and give me one last perception check as you kind of go through this.
Shit, I already put my dice away. Give me 1 second. I'll just roll in chat. Oh, wait. I can re-roll natty ones. Sweet. 22.
You notice that the candles are of a particular make, and they are from a particular cathedral. They are from a place called Heroes Perch, and you would know that that is like a very grand cathedral in the Alliance Isles. So these candles have come a long way, and they are, essentially taken from a holy place. A place you would also know to have a lot of healers for your, in your country. So it's kind of weird that your dad didn't find a cure there, but that's all you surmise.
I'd imagine if he notices that the candles are from there specifically, he'll just pull his other candles out of his bag and light a couple and kind of tuck away the half-lit candles. And then flip through the journal. And like I said, probably just until he literally falls asleep, just flipping back through it, cover to end, back and forth.
Okay, yeah. At first it seems like a lot of nonsense, but as it kind of progresses, it does seem that your dad targets a few different chapters and a few different books that he has located around, in the library, all in reference to the Graying or the Allcaster. But it looks like it's a small list of reference material. Okay, so that leaves anybody else? Anything particular before sunrise?
Logus will go up to the room and kind of, I assume there's a window in there, and kind of have it open and leave the window open for Tony Hawk. And since I have some spell slots left, I'm gonna, of course, cast Goodberry for the next day. And I'll also re-up on the animal friendship since it lasts for 24 hours. That way, just to be safe, we're good till tomorrow night for the time being. And just do a little more training with her and, going out the window and coming back when you call, feeding her treats and stuff when she comes back. And we spend a lot of time some more bonding and training her before I eventually fall asleep.
Okay, yeah, for sure. You're definitely taking care of your hawk. Blade, is there anything you want to do particularly before sunup?
No, not before breakfast. No, he would just probably follow kind of closely behind Renwick to go up to his room.
Okay. Locris, anything? No?
For the night, he would have just read his Paler's book with all the new notes that he jotted down. But that would have been it for the night.
Okay. And as you guys all kind of settle down for the evening, you guys are hit with a bit of fitful dreams. The party over. Blade, you dream of your homeland, of your parents. Something about the conversation about half elves. May have snuck deep into your subconscious, but you find yourself looking through your dreams back to your homeland, and things are not good. It seems not connected, almost like it's torn down the middle. The pieces just don't match up. And it's an odd sight, and it's very disturbing. Though you get some rest, it is not, it is the bare minimum to be considered a long rest. Gladier, you have a fitful moment of sleep as well, tossing and turning as it seems that you have a dream where everything you love seems to turn to ash. First, your family, and then your uncle who had taken you in Hotma. As you reach out for him, he turns to ash and blows away in the wind. Your young niece as well. And you turn to your party for help, reaching out to them and them to you, and as your hands touch, they turn to ash and blow off into the wind. Logos, you have a fitful dream about a dragon of all things, a giant shadowy monster. You cannot make out any definition, just a silhouette of massive beasts with wings and glowing red piercing eyes, and it stalks you through your homeland, getting closer and closer until you just finally just wake up. Renwick, you have a dream of your father, and you're looking at him, but it's through like tint color, like smoke colored glass. It's hard to make the image focus, and as you strain and struggle looking deep into this like glass, you can see your troubled father. He looks distraught. He looks to be reaching out to you, and you are unable to get to him. And then coming on down to Locris. Locris, you find yourself dreaming in a grassy field. You're sitting upon a chair, and across from you, in a much bigger chair, is a silhouette of a just black humanoid. Swirling smoke seems to be like wafting off of this person. You can't make any definite defined details other than a black silhouette of swirling smoke. But you notice that it's watching you, and as you kind of move and adjust yourself, this giant being in the giant chair across from you mimics your movement. It also adjusts and looks at you. And it gets close, real close, with a sniff. Sniffs again. And with a giant smash of its hand coming down upon you, it screams, "You have fleas, young pup!" And as it tries to smash you, you jolt awake. And I think that is where we are going to have to end our session, boys.
Oh man, great fucking session, man. I think that's got to be one of my favorite sessions we've done.
Yeah, it's definitely in my top 3, 100%. My God, so much information. Sean, I have very little time to sleep already, and I'm gonna have a hard time fucking sleeping because my brain is on fire right now. Thank you and fuck you at the same time.
I didn't want to start a green dragon fight at like 10:30 at night, so we had to take a different route.
Yeah, that was fucking great.
Awesome, fellas. Well, I hate to run so quickly, but I really do got to go. My old lady just got home. Got to help with a few things. So keep in touch with me on the socials, gentlemen. I will talk to you over the channels, and we'll do this again next week, yeah?
All
Hell yeah,
right.
man.
Sounds
Sounds good,
great.
guys. I'll talk to y'all later.